What if Izuku Midoriya never got one for all? What if instead he gained the immortal powers of ban from 7 deadly sins? I'm immortal, baby! This isn't the crying boy you know. This Izuku is ruthless, unstoppable, and shows no mercy. Let's have some fun. When villains see him coming, they see their worst nightmare. Snatch! This is the story of how one street thief with godlike powers changed everything.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
In the shadows of Musutafu's winding alleys, a figure moved with impossible grace. White hair gleamed under the moonlight, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. Izuku Midoriya wasn't supposed to exist, not like this. Abandoned and alone from his earliest memories, he'd grown up with nothing but his wits, his powers, and a bottomless hunger for survival. Tonight, like most nights, he hunted. Not for food or shelter, those concerns had long since faded into irrelevance. Tonight, he hunted for amusement. The pro-hero Mirko had caught his eye weeks ago. The rabbit hero's reputation preceded her, fierce, independent, and possessing a raw physical power that made most villains think twice before crossing her path. Izuku had watched her patrol routes, studied her movements, learned her habits, not because he feared her, because he was bored. His fingers traced the outline of the 4-section staff collapsed at his hip. Kuresh, a weapon he'd acquired through means best left unspoken. The weight of it was reassuring, though he rarely needed it. Few could match him in combat, even without his treasured weapon. Immortality had its perks. Izuku spotted her from his perch on a rooftop, the unmistakable silhouette of rabbit ears cutting through the night. Mirko moved with efficient purpose, her muscular form propelling her in powerful leaps across the urban landscape. She was hunting too, in her own way. A smile spread across Izuku's face, revealing canines just slightly too sharp to be normal. "Found you, bunny," he whispered to himself. With inhuman agility, he descended to street level, calculating his trajectory to cross her path. Not directly, that would be too obvious. No, he would play this game properly. He positioned himself in an alley she was sure to pass, adopting the practiced slouch of a common street thief. His hands slipped into his pocket, fingers dancing across the surface of a stolen wallet, one he'd lifted earlier that evening for precisely this purpose. When Mirko landed on the street before him, he allowed himself a moment of genuine appreciation. Up close, she was even more impressive. Toned muscle, confident stance, and eyes that missed nothing. She wore her hero costume, a leotard that accentuated her athletic figure, leaving little to the imagination. "Hey there, little bunny," Izuku called out, deliberately shifting to ensure the streetlight caught his face. Mirko's eyes narrowed instantly. You're that pickpocket from the wanted posters." She shifted her weight, preparing for confrontation. "You've been causing trouble for weeks. Time to put an end to that." Izuku's smile widened. "Trouble? I prefer to think of it as redistributing resources." He twirled the stolen wallet between his fingers. "Besides, you heroes could use a little excitement now and then." Mirko didn't waste time with further conversation. She launched herself at him, a blur of motion and power. To anyone else, the attack would have been impossible to dodge. Izuku simply stepped aside, moving with a languid grace that belied the speed of his reaction. "Too slow," he taunted, watching frustration flash across her features. Her second attack came from an unexpected angle, a feint followed by a powerful kick that would have shattered concrete. Instead of dodging, Izuku caught her leg with one hand, his grip unyielding. "Now this is interesting," he murmured, eyes gleaming. "You're stronger than most." With a flick of his wrist, he activated his quirk, though it wasn't a quirk at all. Snatch. Mirko felt it immediately, a draining sensation, as if her strength was being pulled from her body. She broke free with a desperate kick from her other leg, putting distance between them. "What the hell was that?" she demanded, trying to hide the sudden weakness in her limbs. Izuku flexed his fingers, enjoying the rush of power he'd stolen from her. "Just a little trick. Nothing for you to worry about." He stretched lazily. "Although I have to say, your strength tastes delicious." Mirko's eyes widened in understanding. Some kind of power-stealing ability? That's not what the reports said. "Reports rarely tell the whole story," Izuku replied, sliding Kurishas from his belt and extending it to its full length with a casual flick. The four-section staff gleamed dangerously in the dim light. "Want to see what else I can do?" What followed was less a fight than a demonstration. Mirko was a top-tier pro hero, renowned for her combat prowess and raw physical ability. Against Izuku, she might as well have been standing still. Each attack she launched was countered with effortless precision. Whenever she managed to land a blow, and there were few, Izuku's body absorbed the impact without consequence, his immortal flesh repairing any damage instantly. "Stop toying with me," she snarled after minutes of futile effort, blood trickling from a split lip. Izuku paused, his expression softening slightly. There was something about her defiance that intrigued him, a stubborn refusal to yield despite the obvious gap in their abilities. "You know," he said, collapsing Kurishas and returning it to his belt. Most people would have run by now. Mirko spat blood onto the pavement. "I'm not most people." Clearly, he approached her, movements deliberately slow and non-threatening. "Tell me, Rabbit Hero, what makes someone like you choose this life? The costumes, the spotlight, the endless fighting against people who will never stop coming?" She eyed him warily. "Someone has to protect the innocent." Izuku laughed, the sound genuine rather than mocking. "The innocent? I've yet to meet anyone truly innocent in this world." "That says more about you than the world," she countered. Something in her words struck a chord. Izuku tilted his head, studying her with new interest. "Perhaps." He extended a hand, an offering rather than a threat. "Izuku Midoriya." Mirko stared at the outstretched hand, confusion evident. "Are you introducing yourself to me? In the middle of a fight? Is it still a fight when only one of us is fighting?" He maintained his position, hand still extended. "Consider it a professional courtesy. You now know who handed you your first defeat." Her eyes flashed with renewed anger, but beneath it lay something else. Curiosity. With evident reluctance, she took his hand. "Rumi Usagiyama. See? That wasn't so difficult." Izuku didn't release her hand immediately. Instead, he pulled her slightly closer. "Now, Rumi, we have two options. We can continue this pointless exchange where I demonstrate how thoroughly I can defeat you, or we can have a more interesting conversation somewhere less." He gestured at the grimy alley, Hefterseif, atmospheric. "You're asking me out?" Disbelief colored her voice. "After attacking me?" "Technically, you attacked me," Izuku corrected. "And no, not asking you out. Offering you an opportunity to learn about an ability that just rendered you, one of the top heroes in Japan, effectively powerless. Information that might be valuable to heroes, wouldn't you say?" Rumi narrowed her eyes, clearly weighing her options. The professional in her recognized the strategic value of what he offered. The fighter in her bristled at admitting defeat. "Your place or mine?" she finally asked, her tone making it clear this was a professional decision. Izuku's smile turned predatory. "Yours, I think. I doubt you'd be comfortable in my current accommodations. And I'm supposed to just trust you'll behave?" "Trust has nothing to do with it," Izuku replied. "If I wanted to hurt you, we wouldn't be having this conversation." The brutal honesty of his statement left little room for argument. Rumi nodded once tersely. "Follow me, but try anything and I'll show you there's more to me than just strength." Izuku offered an exaggerated bow. "Wouldn't dream of it, little bunny." Rumi's apartment was exactly what Izuku expected. Minimalist, functional, with equipment for training occupying more space than furniture for living. The walls were bare, except for a few framed awards and a single photograph of a younger Rumi alongside what appeared to be her family. "Nice place," Izuku commented, wandering the open space with undisguised curiosity. "Very hero-like." Rumi closed the door behind them, still maintaining a cautious distance. "What does that mean?" "No personal touches, no evidence of a life outside the costume." He picked up a weight from her home gym setup, testing its balance. It's all about the work, isn't it? You don't know anything about me, she said, crossing her arms defensively. Izuku set the weight down and turned to face her. I know more than you think. For instance, I know you patrol 3 hours longer than your assigned shifts. I know you target areas with the highest villain concentration rather than the routes that would get you more public visibility. I know you've turned down 17 offers for team-ups with other heroes in the past year alone. Rumi's eyes widened slightly. You've been watching me. I watch everyone, Izuku shrugged. Old habits, but you were interesting. Why? Because you're different. He approached her, noting how she tensed but didn't retreat. Most heroes are performing, playing to the cameras, cultivating their brands. You just hunt. There's something pure about it. Rumi seemed caught off guard by the observation. I didn't invite you here for psychological analysis. No, you wanted to know about my abilities. Izuku dropped onto her couch, sprawling comfortably. Ask away. She remained standing, maintaining the high ground. What exactly did you do to me back there? It felt like my strength was being drained. That's because it was. Izuku held up his hand, flexing his fingers. I call it Snatch. I can steal physical attributes from others, strength, speed, stamina, and add them to my own. Temporary in most cases, but effective. That's not a registered quirk. Izuku's smile turned enigmatic. Who said anything about a quirk? The implication hung in the air between them. Rumi's expression hardened. If you're saying what I think you're saying, I should be arresting you right now. For what? Possessing abilities that don't fit into your neat classification system? He leaned forward. Go ahead and try. You've seen how that works out. They stared at each other, tension crackling between them. Finally, Rumi sighed and took a seat across from him. Fine. So you have abilities that aren't quirks? That doesn't explain why you're living as a petty thief when you could clearly do almost anything else. Boredom, mostly. Izuku stretched languidly. When you can't die and you've lived on the streets since childhood, conventional ambitions lose their appeal. Can't die? Rumi repeated, skepticism evident. Without warning, Izuku extracted a knife from his boot and drove it directly into his own heart. Rumi lunged forward with a shout, but froze when Izuku calmly pulled the blade out, the wound sealing itself instantly. Can't die, he confirmed, wiping the blade clean on his shirt. Trust me, I've tried everything. Rumi sank back into her seat, visibly processing. How? Long story involving a fountain and a very angry fairy. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. He tucked the knife away. The point is, I'm effectively immortal. Combined with my other abilities, there's not much that poses a threat to me. So you turn to crime? With powers like that, you could be an incredible hero. Izuku laughed, the sound holding genuine amusement. A hero? Me? Why would I subject myself to rules and regulations when I can do whatever I want? Because it's the right thing to do, Rumi answered immediately, conviction in her voice. Right and wrong are subjective, little bunny. I've seen enough of this world to know that morality is a luxury for those who've never had to survive by any means necessary. Something in his tone made Rumi pause. She studied him more carefully. How old are you really? Physically? 20, give or take? Actually? He shrugged. Lost count a while back. And in all that time, you've never wanted to use your abilities for something more than survival and entertainment? Izuku's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. What would be the point? Heroes rise and fall, villains come and go. Society continues its endless cycle of creating the very problems it claims to solve. Nothing really changes. That's not true, Rumi countered. Individual lives change. People who would have died live because someone stepped in. Children grow up feeling safe because heroes exist. Such conviction, Izuku mused. Almost makes me want to believe it. Rumi leaned forward, her eyes intense. Come to UA. Izuku blinked, genuinely surprised. Excuse me? UA High School, the Hero Academy. Her expression was determined. With your abilities, you'd pass the entrance exam without breaking a sweat. You could train, learn to use your powers within a system instead of against it. You're suggesting I become a student? Izuku laughed incredulously. I'm a bit old for school, don't you think? You look 20. The first years are 15 to 16. No one would question it. She pressed her advantage. You said you're bored. How is that possible when you haven't even tried this path? At the very least, it would be something new. Izuku studied her, trying to discern her motivation. Why do you care what I do with my life? Because I've seen what happens when power goes unchecked, she answered honestly. And because I think underneath all that apathy, there's someone who might actually give a damn if given the right reason. For the first time in their encounter, Izuku didn't have a ready response. The directness of her assessments drew uncomfortably close to thoughts he rarely acknowledged even to himself. And what would you get out of this arrangement? He finally asked. The satisfaction of knowing there's one less potentially catastrophic threat operating without oversight, she replied bluntly, and maybe the chance to help shape someone with extraordinary abilities into something other than a common thief. Common? Izuku placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. I'm wounded. Rumi didn't smile. I'm serious, Midoriya. Think about it. What have you got to lose except boredom? Izuku fell silent, genuinely considering her proposal. UA was Japan's premier hero school, a breeding ground for the next generation of pro-heroes. The idea of infiltrating such an institution was intriguing, and she was right about one thing. He was bored. Endlessly, achingly bored. I'll make you a deal, he said finally. I'll attend your precious hero school, play by their rules, even try to pass myself off as a regular student. But in exchange, you become my sponsor, let's say, my point of contact in the professional hero world. Rumi frowned. What exactly would that entail? Regular meetings, information exchange. Izuku's smile turned mischievous. Training sessions, perhaps. I showed you my abilities. Now I want to see what makes the rabbit hero tick. You want me to mentor you? Rumi clarified, suspicion evident. If that's what you want to call it? Izuku extended his hand. Do we have a deal? Rumi hesitated, clearly weighing the potential risks against the benefits. Finally, she took his hand, her grip firm. Deal. But if this is some elaborate scheme, or if you hurt innocent people, I'll find a way to take you down, immortal or not. Izuku's smile widened. I wouldn't have it any other way, little bunny. The UA entrance exam was a spectacle of chaos and destruction. Giant robots terrorized a mock cityscape while aspiring heroes demonstrated their quirks in increasingly desperate attempts to accumulate points. Amidst the pandemonium, Izuku walked casually, Kureshus extended in his right hand. He'd made no effort to disguise his appearance. White hair, red eyes, the small scar beneath his right eye. Let them see him. Let them remember. A three-pointer robot crashed through a building ahead, its sensors locking onto him immediately. Target acquired. Prepare for elimination. Izuku sighed. How tedious. As the robot charged, he merely extended his left hand. Physical hunt. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The robot's movements slowed to a crawl as Izuku absorbed its kinetic energy. With a lazy swing of Kurochaos, he shattered the machine's core, sending pieces flying in all directions. 3 points, he muttered, already bored with the exercise. By the 30-minute mark, Izuku had accumulated over 70 points without exerting himself in the slightest. He'd drawn attention. The other examinees gave him a wide berth, some watching in awe, others in thinly veiled fear. It was when the zero-pointer appeared that things got interesting. The massive robot towered over the mock city, causing panic among the examinees. Most fled immediately, recognizing the pointlessness of engaging such a threat. Izuku, however, paused when he heard a cry for help. A girl with brown hair was trapped beneath rubble, directly in the zero-pointer's path. Nobody moved to assist her, all too focused on their own scores, their own futures. Something stirred within Izuku. Not compassion exactly, but a faint echo of recognition. He'd been that child once, trapped, helpless, abandoned by a world that valued survival over solidarity. How annoying, he muttered, changing direction toward the girl. As the zero-pointer's massive foot prepared to descend upon her position, Izuku appeared between them. He looked up at the mechanical behemoth with detached interest. Hunter Fest, he announced, extending both arms. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Every examinee within a 100-meter radius felt a sudden weakness as Izuku absorbed a portion of their strength. The accumulated power surged through him, his muscles expanding slightly to accommodate the influx of energy. With a casual leap, he ascended to the zero-pointer's eye level. His fist connected with the robot's center mass, and the result defied belief. The entire machine crumpled inward from the impact point, metal screaming as it compressed under forces it was never designed to withstand. The zero-pointer didn't fall. It imploded, collapsing in on itself in a spectacular display of destruction. Izuku landed lightly beside the trapped girl, the ground cracking beneath his feet from the residual energy of Hunter Fest. With one hand, he lifted the concrete slab, pinning her as if it weighed nothing. "You should be more careful," he told her, his tone conversational despite the mayhem surrounding them. "These tests are designed to weed out the weak." The girl stared up at him, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and gratitude. "Thank you," she managed. Izuku shrugged. "Don't mention it." He released the Hunter Fest, returning the stolen strength to its owners. The sudden energy discharge created a visible shockwave that rippled outward from his position. As the final buzzer sounded, ending the exam, Izuku walked away without looking back. He could feel the stares following him, the whispers already beginning. Perfect. Let them talk, let them wonder. UA would soon learn exactly what they'd invited into their hallowed halls. Midoriya Izuku. Principal Nezu's voice was carefully neutral as he reviewed the file before him. Your entrance exam results were unprecedented. Izuku slouched in the chair across from the principal's desk, the picture of casual disinterest. Is that a problem? Not necessarily. Nezu's beady eyes studied him with unnerving intensity. However, your background checks have revealed some inconsistencies. Such as the fact that you don't appear to exist in any official capacity before approximately 3 years ago. Nezu folded his paws. No birth records, no school enrollment, no medical history. Izuku smiled lazily. Clerical errors, I'm sure. And then there's the matter of your quirk registration. Nezu tapped a claw against the file. You've listed your quirk as Snatch, the ability to temporarily steal physical attributes from others. Yet during your exam, you displayed abilities far beyond this simple description. Did I? Izuku maintained his innocent expression. Perhaps I undersold myself. Nezu's whiskers twitched. Mr. Midoriya, let me be direct. Under normal circumstances, these discrepancies would disqualify you from admission. However, you have a rather vocal advocate in Pro Hero Mirko, who has personally vouched for your character and potential. That was unexpected. Izuku hadn't anticipated Rumi would go that far to secure his position. Additionally, Nezu continued, your performance in the practical exam was nothing short of extraordinary. The faculty is unanimously intrigued by your capabilities. So I'm in? Izuku asked, already knowing the answer. Conditionally, Nezu clarified. You will be admitted to Class 1A, but under probationary status. Pro Hero Mirko has agreed to serve as your personal mentor and, for lack of a better term, guarantor of your behavior. Izuku's smile widened. How convenient. Indeed. Nezu's expression remained unreadable. One final question, Mr. Midoriya. Why do you want to become a hero? The question caught Izuku off guard. He considered deflecting with his usual sarcasm, but something in Nezu's penetrating gaze suggested that would be a mistake. I don't, he answered honestly. At least not in the way most of your students do. I don't dream of saving people or fighting for justice. I'm here because... He paused, searching for words that weren't entirely lies. Because I'm curious what it's like to be on this side of the equation. To be sanctioned, rather than hunted. Nezu studied him silently for a long moment. That may be the most honest answer I've received from an applicant in quite some time. He closed the file. Welcome UA Midoriya Izuku. I suspect your time here will be enlightening for us all. Class 1A was everything Izuku expected. Bright-eyed teenagers brimming with ambition and naivety. He lounged at a desk in the back corner, watching them interact with detached amusement. Their excitement about attending the prestigious hero course was palpable, their conversations revolving around quirks and hero rankings and dreams of future glory. None approached him directly. His appearance alone was enough to give most pause. White hair, red eyes, and an indefinable aura of danger that no school uniform could disguise. The fact that he was visibly older than the rest only added to their wariness. When a boy with spiky blonde hair and perpetually angry expression entered, Izuku's interest momentarily peaked. There was something familiar about him, a predatory confidence that reminded Izuku of himself in younger days. The blonde scanned the room, his gaze eventually landing on Izuku. Recognition flashed in his eyes, followed by something approaching caution. Bakugo Katsuki, Izuku murmured to himself, placing the face. He'd seen him during the entrance exam, talented, aggressive, with an explosive quirk that matched his personality. One of the few examinees worth noting. Bakugo approached his stride purposeful. "You're the one who took down the zero-pointer," he stated, not bothering with introductions. "With one punch." Izuku offered a lazy smile. "Was that impressive? I barely noticed." Bakugo's eyes narrowed at the casual dismissal. "What's your quirk?" "Curious, aren't you?" Izuku stretched, deliberately showing how little he considered this conversation a priority. "Let's just say I take things that don't belong to me." Before Bakugo could respond, the classroom door slid open to reveal their homeroom teacher, a disheveled man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. "If you're here to socialize, you can leave," the man drawled, extracting himself from the sleeping bag. "This is the hero course, not a meet and greet." The students scrambled to their seats as the teacher introduced himself as Aizawa Shota. Izuku remained exactly where he was, making no effort to appear attentive. "We're conducting a quirk assessment test," Aizawa announced. "Change into your gym clothes and meet me at the field in 10 minutes. Anyone who's late gets expelled." As the students rushed to comply, Izuku took his time, deliberately being the last to leave the classroom. He could feel Aizawa's eyes tracking him, evaluating, assessing. Good. Let him watch. It would make what followed all the more impactful. The quirk assessment test was designed to establish baseline capabilities through standard physical exercises, 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, and so forth. Each student was encouraged to use their quirk to maximize their performance. Izuku watched the others with mild interest, noting strengths and weaknesses for future reference. When his turn came for each event, he deliberately held back, doing just enough to place near the top without revealing the full extent of his abilities, until the ball throw. "Midoriya," Aizawa called, tossing him the softball. "You're up." Izuku caught the ball, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm. He'd maintained a low profile through the previous tests, but now he felt the weight of expectation, both from the students who'd witnessed his entrance exam performance and from Aizawa, whose quirk-erasing gaze hadn't left him since they'd arrived at the field. Time for a demonstration. Izuku stepped into the circle, casually surveying his classmates. His gaze settled on Bakugo, who had achieved an impressive 705, 2 meters with his explosive quirk. "Physical hunt," Izuku murmured, extending his hand toward Bakugo. The effect was immediate. Bakugo staggered slightly as a portion of his raw physical strength transferred to Izuku, the connection visible as a faint red energy between them. "What the hell?" Bakugo snarled, feeling the sudden weakness. Izuku didn't stop there. He repeated the process with several other students, drawing strength from the muscular Sato, speed from Ida, even a measure of the gravity manipulation from Uraraka. With each application, his body swelled slightly with the accumulated power. Aizawa stepped forward, his hair rising as he activated his erasure quirk. "That's enough, Midoriya." But something unexpected happened, or rather, didn't happen. Izuku's abilities remained unaffected, the connections between him and the other students still visible. "Interesting," Izuku commented, noting Aizawa's widened eyes. "Your quirk erasing doesn't work on abilities that aren't quirks, does it?" Without waiting for a response, Izuku wound up and threw the ball with a fraction of his enhanced strength. The softball disappeared into the sky, creating a small sonic boom in its wake. The measuring device in Aizawa's hand displayed a single character, Thether. Fly. Silence fell over the field as the implications sank in. Izuku had not only demonstrated an ability to temporarily steal others' physical attributes, but had also proven immune to Aizawa's quirk erasure, a revelation with profound implications. "I believe that concludes my assessment," Izuku said into the silence, releasing the stolen abilities back to their owners with a casual wave of his hand. "Unless you'd like me to continue?" Aizawa's expression was unreadable, but the intensity of his gaze spoke volumes. "Return to the line," he ordered, his voice carefully controlled. "We still have several tests to complete." As Izuku walked back to join his classmates, he noted their reactions, a mixture of awe, fear, and in Bakugo's case, barely suppressed rage. None of them approached him or spoke directly to him for the remainder of the assessment. Perfect. Boundaries established, power demonstrated, curiosity ignited. The game was officially underway. That evening, Izuku found himself in Mirko's private training facility, a converted warehouse on the outskirts of the city where she could practice without restraint or observation. "I heard about your performance today," she said without preamble, throwing him a towel as he entered. "Aizawa called me directly." Izuku caught the towel, draping it around his neck. "Is that concern I hear in your voice, little bunny?" "It's irritation," she corrected. "I vouched for you, and on day one, you deliberately antagonize one of UA's most cautious teachers by revealing you're immune to his quirk. I was merely participating in the assessment as instructed." Izuku's innocent expression didn't reach his eyes. How was I to know my abilities would prove so exceptional? Mirko crossed her arms. "Cut the act. You're deliberately provoking reactions, testing boundaries. I want to know why." Izuku dropped the facade, his expression shifting to something more genuine, and therefore more dangerous. "Because that's how the game is played. Establish dominance early, create distance, control the narrative. Survival basics." "This isn't a survival situation," Mirko pointed out. "It's a hero school. Everything is a survival situation when you've lived as long as I have." Izuku approached one of the training dummies, examining it with detached interest. "I needed them to understand that I'm not like them, not a starry-eyed child playing at heroics. The sooner they accept that, the smoother this experiment will proceed." Mirko studied him, her expression thoughtful. "You're afraid." The accusation caught him off guard. "Excuse me?" "You're afraid of connecting with them," she clarified. "With anyone. So you create these barriers, these performances, to keep everyone at a distance." Izuku's laugh held no humor. "Amateur psychology doesn't suit you, Rumi. Doesn't make it wrong." She approached him, fearless as always. "You agreed to this arrangement. That means actually trying to integrate, not just putting on a show of compliance while maintaining your isolation. And if isolation is my preference, then you're wasting both our time." Her gaze was unwavering. "I didn't advocate for you because I thought you'd be an interesting case study. I did it because I saw something in you worth salvaging." "How charitable," Izuku remarked, but the sarcasm felt hollow even to his own ears. Mirko sighed, her expression softening slightly. "Look, I'm not asking you to become best friends with everyone or pretend to be something you're not. I'm asking you to give this a genuine chance. Experience what it means to be part of something larger than yourself. Maybe, just maybe, you'll find it's not as terrible as you expect." Izuku stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. In his long existence, few had ever spoken to him with such direct concern. Fewer still had seen through his carefully constructed facade to the uncertainty beneath. "I don't know how," he admitted finally, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. "Start by not actively antagonizing everyone around you," Mirko suggested, a hint of a smile softening her features. "The rest will come with practice." Izuku considered her words, turning them over in his mind. "No promises," he said eventually, "but I'll moderate my approach." "That's a start." Mirko stepped back, reassuming her professional demeanor. "Now show me exactly what you did during that assessment. I want to understand the full extent of your abilities before Aizawa calls me again." Izuku's smile returned, genuine this time. "With pleasure, little bunny. The USJ incident changed everything. What should have been a routine rescue training exercise transformed into a full-scale villain attack when the League of Villains infiltrated the facility. They came prepared with numbers, strategy, and a monstrous creature called a Nomu, specifically engineered to kill All Might. Izuku had been separated from his class during the initial chaos, teleported to the landslide zone alongside Todoroki Shoto, the dual quirk user who'd maintained a frigid distance from everyone, Izuku included. As villains surrounded them, Todoroki moved to engage, his right side already generating ice. "Wait," Izuku said, placing a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Let me handle this." Todoroki gave him a skeptical look. "There are at least 20 of them." Izuku's smile was predatory as he unhooked Kurichas from his belt. "I know. Hardly seems fair to them, does it?" Before Todoroki could respond, Izuku was moving. What followed wasn't a battle so much as a slaughter. Kurichas extended to its full length, becoming a blur of motion as Izuku danced between the villains. Each strike was precisely calculated, not to incapacitate, but to kill. A neck snapped with the first swing. A skull caved in with the second. By the third, the remaining villains began to realize their mistake, but retreat was already impossible. Physical hunt, Izuku called, drawing strength from multiple opponents simultaneously. As they weakened, he grew stronger, faster, more lethal. Todoroki watched in horror as Izuku systematically eliminated every threat in the zone. There was no hesitation in his movements, no restraint in his attacks. This wasn't hero work, it was execution. "Stop!" Todoroki finally shouted, creating an ice wall between Izuku and the few remaining villains. "This isn't how heroes operate." Izuku paused, blood spattered across his face and UA uniform. He turned to Todoroki with an expression of genuine confusion. "They came here to kill children," he stated matter-of-factly. "Why would I show mercy?" "Because that's what separates us from them," Todoroki insisted, though uncertainty flickered in his mismatched eyes. "We capture, we don't kill." Izuku studied him for a moment, then laughed, a sound entirely devoid of humor. Such naivety. But very well. He collapsed Kurochas to its compact form. "We'll do this your way." The remaining villains, trapped between Todoroki's ice and Izuku's merciless efficiency, surrendered immediately. As they bound the survivors with makeshift restraints, Todoroki kept glancing at Izuku. "What are you?" he finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Izuku wiped blood from his cheek, leaving a smeared red streak. "Just someone who's lived long enough to recognize that some threats don't deserve second chances." "Your quirk isn't a quirk," Izuku interrupted, "but that's a conversation for another time. Right now, we need to find the others. Something tells me this attack has a specific purpose beyond simple chaos." Todoroki hesitated, clearly conflicted about continuing to work alongside someone who had just demonstrated such casual lethality, but pragmatism won out. "The Central Plaza, that's where they'd likely take anyone they specifically targeted." Izuku nodded. "Lead the way. And Todoroki?" He waited until the dual quirk user met his gaze. "If we encounter their leader, stay behind me. Some fights are beyond even your capabilities." The scene at the Central Plaza was chaos incarnate. The monstrous Nomu engaged with All Might in a battle that shook the entire facility. Aizawa lay badly injured near the fountain, while the remaining students and Pro Hero 13 struggled against the villain leader Shigaraki and his Warp Gate accomplice Kurogiri. Izuku assessed the situation in an instant. All Might was holding his own against the Nomu, but something was off. The symbol of peace wasn't fighting with his usual overwhelming power. He was struggling, conserving energy, buying time. "Interesting," Izuku murmured, eyes narrowing. "The great All Might has a limitation he's trying to hide." Todoroki moved to assist the other students, but Izuku remained focused on the central conflict. The Nomu was clearly engineered for a specific purpose: its shock absorption, nullifying All Might's attacks, its strength matching the hero blow for blow. As Shigaraki ranted about killing the symbol of peace, Izuku made his decision. With casual grace, he leapt from his position to land directly between All Might and the Nomu. "Stand aside, boy!" All Might commanded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "This enemy is beyond." "With respect," Izuku interrupted, "I believe this opponent is more suited to my particular talents." Before anyone could stop him, Izuku extended both hands toward the Nomu. "Hunter Fest!" The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every person within range, hero, student, and villain alike, felt a sudden draining sensation as Izuku absorbed a fraction of their strength. Even the Nomu, despite its engineered physiology, staggered slightly under the effect. Izuku's body transformed with the influx of power, muscles expanding, veins bulging beneath his skin, his entire frame radiating barely contained energy. "What is this?" Shigaraki demanded, scratching frantically at his neck. "Nomu was designed to fight All Might. No one else should be able to." His words cut off as Izuku moved. To most observers, it appeared as if he simply teleported. One moment standing before the Nomu, the next behind it, Kurochas extended and glowing with transferred energy. "Physical hunt," Izuku murmured, placing his palm directly against the Nomu's exposed brain. The creature let out an inhuman shriek as Izuku began systematically draining its enhanced abilities, its shock absorption, its super strength, its regeneration, adding them to his already formidable Hunter Fest enhancements. "Stop it," Shigaraki screamed, lunging forward only to be restrained by Kurogiri. "You're ruining everything." Izuku ignored him, focused entirely on the Nomu. As the creature weakened, he increased the intensity of his absorption until the once mighty beast collapsed to its knees. Fascinating creation, Izuku commented, circling the now powerless Nomu. Multiple quirks forcibly integrated into a single body. The science is impressive, if crude. With methodical precision, he raised Kurochess and brought it down on the Nomu's exposed brain, a killing blow delivered without hesitation or remorse. Silence fell over the plaza as the Nomu's massive body collapsed. All Might stared at Izuku with an unreadable expression, while the students who witnessed the execution remained frozen in shock. "No! No! No!" Shigaraki wailed, clawing at his neck until blood ran down his pale skin. "You cheated! That's not how it was supposed to go." Izuku turned toward the villain leader, still radiating the stolen power of dozens. "Would you like to be next?" he offered, his tone conversational despite the lethal intent behind his words. Before Shigaraki could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility, the sound of approaching pro-heroes finally arriving as reinforcements. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki hissed, "we're leaving." As the Warp Gate villain created an escape portal, Shigaraki pointed a finger at Izuku. "I'll remember you," he promised, his voice trembling with rage. "This isn't over." "I certainly hope not," Izuku replied with a predatory smile. "I'm just starting to enjoy myself." The villains disappeared through the portal, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a classroom of hero students who had just witnessed something beyond their understanding of heroics. As the effect of Hunterfest faded, returning the borrowed strength to its owners, Izuku turned to find All Might staring at him with an intensity that few had ever directed at the immortal. "Young Midoriya," the symbol of peace said quietly, "I believe we need to talk." "Absolutely not." Principal Nezu's voice was uncharacteristically sharp as he paced his office. "Killing, regardless of circumstance, is not the action of a hero in training." Izuku lounged in the chair across from the principal's desk, looking entirely unconcerned by the reprimand. The creature wasn't human. It was a weapon, created specifically to kill All Might. I neutralized a threat. "That wasn't your decision to make," Aizawa interjected from his position against the wall, his injuries from the USJ attack still evident in the bandages covering much of his body. "You're a student, not a licensed pro. A student with more combat experience than most of your faculty combined," Izuku countered. "I recognized the threat and eliminated it efficiently. Would you have preferred I let it continue fighting All Might until one of them died? Or perhaps you'd rather it escape to be deployed against civilians later?" His logical framing of the situation created an uncomfortable silence. All Might, present in his diminished true form, cleared his throat. "Young Midoriya's actions, while extreme, did potentially save lives," he admitted reluctantly. "The Nomu was engineered specifically to counter my abilities. In my current condition, a prolonged battle might have ended differently." Nezu's whiskers twitched in agitation. "That still doesn't justify a student taking lethal action. There are protocols, procedures." "With respect," Izuku interrupted, "protocols become meaningless when facing an enemy willing to break every rule. The League didn't come to negotiate or surrender. They came to kill the symbol of peace and as many students as possible." "And what about the other villains?" Aizawa demanded. "The ones in the landslide zone? Todoroki reported you killed several before he intervened." Izuku shrugged. "They made their choice when they participated in an attack on children." The casual dismissal of human life sent a chill through the room. Nezu exchanged glances with All Might and Aizawa, a silent communication passing between them. "Mr. Midoriya," Nezu finally said, his tone carefully measured, "I think it's time you were completely honest about your background and abilities. No more half-truths or convenient omissions." Izuku considered the request, weighing his options. These were not ordinary educators. They were some of the most perceptive and powerful individuals in the hero community. Continued deception would likely prove counterproductive. "Very well," he conceded. "But I want Mirko present for this conversation. She's my designated supervisor, after all." "Already called her," Aizawa confirmed. "She's on her way." 20 minutes later, with Mirko seated beside him, Izuku revealed a carefully edited version of his truth, his immortality, his unique abilities beyond the quirk phenomenon, his extensive combat experience. He omitted the true extent of his age and the more fantastical elements of his origin, but provided enough to satisfy their immediate concerns. So you're saying you cannot die, All Might clarified, his sunken eyes studying Izuku with new understanding. And your abilities are not quirks, which explains why Aizawa's erasure had no effect. Correct, Izuku confirmed. My abilities operate on different principles entirely. And you've been living on the streets using these abilities for petty theft and survival until Mirko convinced you to enter UA, Nezu added, reviewing his notes. A simplified version, but yes. Mirko, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the explanation, finally spoke. I take full responsibility for bringing him here. I still believe, that someone with his abilities could become an exceptional hero with the right guidance. Despite his willingness to kill, Aizawa challenged. Because of it, Mirko countered. In a world where villains are becoming increasingly dangerous, heroes who understand the harsh realities of combat are invaluable. Not all threats can be handled with capture and rehabilitation. Her defense surprised even Izuku, who glanced at her with newfound respect. Nezu sighed heavily. This presents us with an unprecedented situation. On one hand, expulsion would be the standard response to a student who willfully took lives during a training exercise. On the other, those actions potentially saved both students and faculty, including All Might himself. There's also the matter of what happens if you expel me, Izuku pointed out casually. An immortal with my abilities, rejected by hero society, left to his own devices. Who knows what path I might choose next? The implied threat hung in the air, creating a tension that was almost palpable. Are you threatening us, young Midoriya? All Might asked, his voice soft but carrying an undercurrent of steel. Izuku met his gaze unflinchingly. I'm stating facts. You have an opportunity to channel my abilities toward heroism. Alternatively, you can cast me out and hope I don't find villainy more appealing. This isn't helping your case, Aizawa growled. On the contrary, Nezu interrupted, his expression thoughtful. Mr. Midoriya is being refreshingly honest about the stakes involved, and he's not wrong. Someone with his capabilities would be a significant threat if turned against society. After a lengthy silence, Nezu reached a decision. You will remain at UA, but under enhanced supervision, in addition to Mirko's mentorship, you will have mandatory counseling sessions with Hound Dog to address your perspective on lethal force. Furthermore, you will be placed on probation for the remainder of the semester. Any further incidents will result in immediate expulsion and potential containment. Containment? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You think you could contain me? We would certainly try, Nezu replied, his beady eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Though I sincerely hope it doesn't come to that. Izuku considered the terms, then nodded his acceptance. Fair enough, though I make no promises about changing my tactical approach if faced with similar threats. That's what the counseling is for, Aizawa remarked dryly. As the meeting concluded, Mirko remained behind with Izuku while the others departed, clearly having more to say. That was unnecessary, she said once they were alone. The threat at the end. Was it? Izuku countered. They needed to understand the reality of the situation. I'm not some malleable child they can mold into their ideal hero. I have my own principles, forged through experiences they can't comprehend. Mirko shook her head. You're making this harder than it needs to be. These people want to help you. No, they want to control me, Izuku corrected. There's a difference. Then why stay? Why agree to their terms at all? Izuku fell silent, the question striking deeper than he cared to admit. Why indeed? He could leave at any time, disappear as he had countless times before, start fresh somewhere new. Because, he finally said, the admission coming reluctantly, for the first time in longer than I can remember, I'm not bored. Mirko's expression softened into something approaching understanding. There are worse reasons to become a hero. I'm not a hero, Izuku reminded her. Not yet, she agreed, but maybe someday. Word of Izuku's actions during the USJ incident spread quickly throughout the student body. By the time he returned to regular classes, his reputation had transformed from mysterious upperclassman to something approaching legendary status. The first year who killed a Nomu with his bare hands, who faced down the League of Villains without flinching, who saved All Might himself. The reactions from his classmates varied wildly. Some, like Kirishima, expressed open admiration for his manly actions. Others, particularly Ida and Yaoyorozu, maintained a wary distance, clearly troubled by his willingness to take lives. Bakugo regarded him with a complex mixture of rage, respect, and competitive fire. Todoroki, having witnessed Izuku's lethal efficiency firsthand, watched him with calculating eyes, as if trying to solve a particularly dangerous puzzle. None of it particularly mattered to Izuku. He continued as he had before, attending classes with minimal effort, participating in hero training only when it interested him, maintaining his isolation from the eager socialization of his peers. The only significant change was his scheduled sessions with Hound Dog, the school's guidance counselor. These proved surprisingly engaging, as the canine hero didn't attempt to fix Izuku so much as understand him, probing the foundations of his worldview, challenging his assumptions without judgment, offering alternative perspectives without demanding their acceptance. You viewed death as simply another state of being, Hound Dog observed during their third session. Because for you, it's not permanent. Izuku, sprawled comfortably in the counselor's office, considered this. I suppose that's part of it. When you've died and returned countless times, the finality that others fear loses its weight. But that doesn't explain your willingness to inflict death on others, Hound Dog pressed. You understand it's permanent for them, yet you choose lethal force without hesitation. In certain situations, Izuku clarified, I don't kill indiscriminately. I eliminate threats that cannot or should not be contained. Based on your judgment alone. Based on centuries of experience, Izuku countered. I've watched societies rise and fall, seen the consequence of mercy misplaced and justice delayed. Some threats, if allowed to persist, cause exponentially more suffering. Hound Dog's ears twitched thoughtfully. So you see yourself as what? An executioner? A judge? A pragmatist, Izuku replied. Nothing more. These sessions, while not changing his fundamental outlook, did provide Izuku with a vocabulary to explain his perspective to others, a way to frame his actions within the context of hero society, even if that framing remained controversial. It was during this period of relative calm that Mirko's role in his life began to shift. Their training sessions, initially focused on combat techniques and quirk applications, gradually evolved into something more personal. Conversations extended beyond professional development into philosophy, experiences, even tentative explorations of emotional territory Izuku had long considered irrelevant. You're different when you're here, Mirko observed one evening as they cooled down after a particularly intense sparring match. Less performative. Izuku, toweling sweat from his face, glanced at her. Meaning? At school, with the others, you're playing a role. The dangerous, aloof immortal who can't be bothered with mere mortals. She tossed him a water bottle. Here, you're just you. Still dangerous, still infuriating at times, but authentic. Izuku considered her words as he drank. She wasn't wrong. The persona he maintained at UA was deliberately constructed, a barrier between himself and potential attachments he'd long ago decided were pointless given his immortality. Perhaps I'm comfortable here, he admitted finally. You don't have expectations about what a hero should be. You accept the reality of what I am without trying to fundamentally change it. Mirko's eyes softened. I want you to be better, not different. There's a distinction. Better according to whose standards? Your own, she replied simply. The standards you'd have if you allowed yourself to care about the world around you instead of maintaining this careful distance. Izuku's laugh held no humor. Caring is a luxury for those with limited lifespans. When you've watched everyone you've ever cared about wither and die repeatedly throughout centuries, detachment becomes a survival mechanism. Mirko approached him, her expression uncharacteristically gentle. That sounds incredibly lonely. It is what it is. She stopped directly before him, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her red eyes. It doesn't have to be. What happened next surprised them both. The kiss was neither planned nor expected, a spontaneous connection born from months of growing understanding and unacknowledged attraction. Izuku, despite his centuries of experience, found himself momentarily stunned by the simple human contact, the warmth of another person offering connection without agenda or fear. When they separated, Mirko studied his face with curious intensity. Well, that was unexpected. Was it? Izuku questioned, his usual sardonic mask temporarily absent. You've been looking at me that way for weeks. And you've been pretending not to notice, she countered. Why? Izuku hesitated, unaccustomed to the vulnerability of honesty. Because this complicates things. Life is complicated, Mirko shrugged. Especially for immortals, I imagine. You have no idea. Her smile held challenge and promise in equal measure. Then show me. That night marked a turning point, not just in their relationship, but in Izuku's approach to his time at U. Something fundamental had shifted, a crack in the carefully constructed wall he'd maintained between himself and the world around him. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was, for the first time in longer than he could remember, something new. The UA Sports Festival arrived with typical fanfare, a televised spectacle showcasing the talents of hero course students for prospective agencies and the general public. For most participants, it represented a crucial opportunity to gain visibility and secure valuable internships. For Izuku, it was merely another obligation to fulfill as part of his probation. You could at least pretend to be excited, Mirko chided as they shared breakfast in her apartment the morning of the event. Their relationship had evolved over the past weeks, settling into a comfortable rhythm of shared space and honest conversation. This is a big deal for hero students. I'm not a hero student, Izuku reminded her, sipping his coffee. I'm an immortal being playing at being a hero student because it temporarily alleviates my boredom and keeps me in your good graces. Mirko rolled her eyes. Keep telling yourself that. I've seen how you've started interacting with your classmates. You're not as detached as you pretend to be. She wasn't entirely wrong. While Izuku maintained his aloof persona, subtle shifts had occurred in his classroom dynamics. He occasionally offered advice during joint training exercises, particularly to students whose abilities complemented his own. He'd even developed something approaching camaraderie with a few classmates. Kirishima's unflagging positivity seemed immune to his cynicism, while Todoroki's quiet intensity and complex relationship with his own power resonated with Izuku's experience. I'm humoring them, Izuku insisted, though the defense rang hollow even to his own ears. Uh-huh. Mirko's smile was knowing. Just like you're humoring me, right? He had no ready response to that. When they arrived at the stadium, Mirko in her official capacity as a supervising pro hero, Izuku joined his class in the preparation room. The atmosphere was charged with nervous energy and competitive spirit, everyone aware of what was at stake. Midoriya, Todoroki approached him, separating from the others with deliberate purpose. I want to talk to you. Izuku raised an eyebrow. By all means. Todoroki glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. During the festival, I want to fight you at full strength. No holding back from either of us. The request was unexpected. Since the USJ incident, Todoroki had maintained a respectful distance, observing Izuku with cautious interest but rarely engaging directly. Why? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. Because you're the only one who might understand. Todoroki's mismatched eyes held a complexity of emotion rarely displayed. You don't fight like someone training to be a hero. You fight like someone who's been fighting their whole life, like someone with something to prove. Izuku studied him, seeing beyond the stoic facade to the damaged child beneath, the boy raised as a weapon, burdened with expectations not of his own making. And what are you trying to prove, Todoroki Shoto? That I can become the strongest without using his power. The words came out barely above a whisper, laden with years of resentment. His power is your power, Izuku pointed out. Denying half your abilities doesn't prove anything except that you're willing to handicap yourself to spite someone else. Todoroki's expression hardened. You don't understand. I understand better than you think, Izuku replied, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. I've lived long enough to see countless people defined by their pasts, trapped in cycles of rebellion that ultimately serve no one but those they're rebelling against. Before Todoroki could respond, the announcement came for students to proceed to the opening ceremony. The conversation remained unfinished, but Izuku could see his words had landed. Not necessarily accepted, but at least considered. The festival began with typical pageantry, Present Mike's enthusiastic commentary, Midnight's provocative oversight, thousands of spectators eager for the spectacle of young heroes showcasing their abilities. As Class 1A took the field, Izuku noted the cameras lingering on him, his reputation from the USJ incident making him a focal point of public interest. The first event was an obstacle race, a chaotic scramble through increasingly difficult terrain designed to whittle down the participants. For most students, it presented a genuine challenge. For Izuku, it was barely worth his attention. He maintained a deliberately moderate pace, staying comfortably within the top 10, without revealing the full extent of his capabilities. Let the others have their moment of glory. Let them believe they were competing on equal footing. The truth would become apparent soon enough. It was during the second event, a cavalry battle requiring team formation and strategic quirk usage, that Izuku's approach changed. Assigned a high point value due to his placement in the obstacle race, he found himself targeted by multiple teams eager to claim his headband. Rather than forming a conventional team, Izuku opted to participate alone, a one-person cavalry unit that defied the intended structure of the competition. That's against the rules. Ida protested when Izuku announced his intention. Midnight, overseeing the event, consulted the rulebook. Actually, there's nothing specifically prohibiting a single-person unit, though it's never been attempted before. She eyed Izuku with amused interest. It does mean you'll have no one to defend you while you're maintaining the formation. I'm aware, Izuku replied calmly. What followed was a masterclass in defensive combat. As team after team targeted him, Izuku demonstrated why challenging him was a fundamental mistake. Without using Hunterfest or Physical Hunt, abilities he was saving for the tournament portion, he relied on pure physical prowess and Korchas's versatility to maintain his position while systematically eliminating opponents. By the event's conclusion, Izuku had not only preserved his own points, but had collected headbands from 6 other teams, qualifying for the tournament round with the highest score in festival history. That was unnecessary. Aizawa commented as Izuku passed him on the way to the break area. You could have formed a team like everyone else. Izuku shrugged. Where's the challenge in that? This isn't about challenge. It's about demonstrating your ability to work with others, a fundamental aspect of heroism. I work with others when the situation warrants it, Izuku countered. Today, it didn't. Aizawa's expression remained unchanged, but his voice carried a note of warning. The tournament matches will be one-on-one. Remember your probationary status before you do anything. Excessive. The implication was clear. Lethal force would not be tolerated, regardless of provocation. Izuku offered a mocking salute in acknowledgement before continuing to the waiting area. The tournament bracket placed him against Tokoyami in the first round, a strategic matchup given Dark Shadow's vulnerability to Izuku's physical hunt ability. The bird-headed student approached him before their match, his demeanor respectful but resolved. Midoriya, I want you to know I intend to give this battle everything I have, he stated formally. Dark Shadow and I have developed countermeasures specifically for your absorption abilities. Izuku appreciated the directness. I wouldn't expect anything less, though I'm curious. How does one counter having their power literally stolen from them? Tokoyami's beak curved in what might have been a smile. You'll have to wait and see. When their match began, Tokoyami immediately released Dark Shadow to its full extension, keeping the sentient quirk at maximum distance from Izuku. A sound strategy. Physical hunt required proximity to initiate. Interesting approach, Izuku commented, casually dodging Dark Shadow's initial attacks. But distance only delays the inevitable. With Korachas extended, Izuku parried Dark Shadow's assaults while gradually closing the gap between himself and Tokoyami. The bird-headed student maintained his position at the edge of the ring, directing his quirk with tactical precision. You're better than I expected, Izuku acknowledged after several exchanges yielded no clear advantage. But you've overlooked something fundamental. And what's that? Tokoyami asked, maintaining his focus. I don't need to steal Dark Shadow to win. With that, Izuku switched tactics entirely. Rather than continuing to engage the shadow entity, he launched Kuroshaus directly at Tokoyami himself. The unexpected shift caught the student off guard, forcing Dark Shadow to abandon its offensive position to protect its user. In that moment of defensive repositioning, Izuku closed the distance with inhuman speed, his hand connected with Dark Shadow just as it surrounded Tokoyami. Physical hunt, he murmured. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Dark Shadow shrieked as its substance began transferring to Izuku. the shadowy entity diminishing rapidly while a dark aura formed around Izuku's body. "No!" Tokoyami gasped, feeling the connection to his quirk weakening. But Izuku didn't complete the absorption. Instead, he maintained the connection just long enough to weaken Dark Shadow significantly, before releasing his hold and delivering a precise strike to Tokoyami's solar plexus. The bird-headed student collapsed, winded and disoriented, his weakened quirk unable to prevent Izuku from calmly carrying him out of bounds. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round, Present Mic announced to thunderous applause. As medical robots arrived to assist Tokoyami, Izuku knelt beside him. "Your strategy was sound, but incomplete. You focused entirely on keeping me away from Dark Shadow, forgetting that the real target was always you." Tokoyami, struggling to regain his breath, nodded in acknowledgement. "A valuable lesson." "For what it's worth," Izuku added, "your control over Dark Shadow is impressive. With refinement, you could become formidable even against abilities like mine." The words of encouragement, so uncharacteristic of Izuku's usual demeanor, surprised both Tokoyami and those close enough to overhear. As he walked back to the waiting area, Izuku caught Mirko's gaze from the pro-hero seating section. Her smile carried a knowing quality that irritated and pleased him in equal measure. Perhaps he was changing after all. How troublesome. The tournament progressed predictably. Bakugo advanced through sheer explosive force and tactical aggression. Todoroki dominated his matches using only his ice side, though Izuku noted the strain this self-imposed limitation created. Uraraka surprised many with her resourcefulness, while Ida's speed proved decisive in his early rounds. Izuku's semifinal match pitted him against Bakugo, a confrontation the explosive student had been anticipating since the USJ incident. As they faced each other in the ring, Bakugo's expression was a study in controlled fury. "I've been waiting for this," he growled, small explosions popping from his palms. "Time to see if you're really as strong as everyone thinks or just good at taking out trash villains." Izuku regarded him with mild interest. "Your determination is admirable, if misplaced. This isn't a fight you can win, Bakugo." "We'll see about that." Bakugo launched himself forward with an explosion, initiating a barrage of attacks that would have overwhelmed most opponents. Against Izuku, they might as well have been in slow motion. For the first portion of the match, Izuku simply evaded, sidestepping explosions, ducking under swings, maintaining a casual demeanor that further infuriated Bakugo. He didn't counter, didn't attack, just methodically demonstrated the gap between their abilities. "Fight back! Damn it!" Bakugo roared after a particularly vicious combination failed to land. "If that's what you want." Izuku's tone remained conversational as he finally went on the offensive. What followed was a demonstration of precision rather than power. Izuku targeted pressure points, disrupted Bakugo's balance, and systematically dismantled the explosive student's fighting style without ever using his special abilities. Each move was calculated not just to counter, but to teach, showing Bakugo the flaws in his approach, the openings his anger created, the limitations of relying solely on overwhelming force. As Bakugo grew increasingly frustrated, his attacks became more reckless, more predictable. Izuku capitalized on every mistake, gradually wearing down the blonde's stamina while remaining fresh himself. "You're fighting angry," Izuku commented during a brief pause as they circled each other. "Anger has its uses, but not when it blinds you to reality." "Shut up and fight!" Bakugo spat, sweat dripping from his face. "I am fighting. You're just not seeing it." Izuku dodged another explosion with minimal effort. "Your quirk is powerful, your instincts are good, but your approach is fundamentally flawed. You rely on intimidation and raw power against opponents who can be overwhelmed by such tactics." "What's your point?" Bakugo demanded, preparing another attack. "My point is that you'll never reach your potential until you learn to fight smarter, not just harder." Izuku finally went on the offensive, moving with speed Bakugo couldn't track. In 3 precise strikes, he targeted nerve clusters that temporarily disabled Bakugo's ability to create explosions. As Bakugo stared in shock at his suddenly unresponsive hands, Izuku swept his legs and pinned him to the ground, one hand at his throat. "Understand something, Bakugo," Izuku said quietly, his voice pitched so only the blonde could hear. "I could have ended this in the first 5 seconds. The fact that I didn't isn't mercy, it's respect. You have potential worth developing, but not if you continue down this path of blind rage and entitlement. For once, Bakugo had no immediate retort. Something in Izuku's words, or perhaps the clinical efficiency with which he'd been defeated, had penetrated his usual defenses. "Winner by immobilization, Midoriya," Midnight announced, bringing the match to its official conclusion. As Izuku released him and stood, Bakugo remained on the ground for a moment longer than necessary, his expression unreadable. When he finally rose, there was something different in his gaze. Not defeat, exactly, but a newfound awareness that the path to the top was more complex than he'd imagined. "This isn't over," he stated, but the words lacked their usual venom. "I should hope not," Izuku replied. "That would be disappointing." The final match, Izuku versus Todoroki, carried implications beyond the simple tournament victory. Their conversation before the festival had established stakes that transcended the competition itself. This wasn't just about winning. It was about Todoroki's internal conflict, his refusal to embrace his full potential. As they faced each other in the ring, Izuku noted the determination in Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes and the frost already accumulating on his right side. "Still planning to fight with only half your power?" Izuku asked as the match began. Todoroki responded by sending a massive ice wave directly at him, larger and faster than anything he'd produced in previous matches. Izuku evaded easily, but recognized the intent behind the attack. Todoroki was starting strong, trying to end things quickly before his self-imposed limitation became a decisive disadvantage. "Impressive," Izuku acknowledged, landing lightly atop one of the ice formations, but ultimately futile. What followed was a calculated demonstration of the consequences of Todoroki's choice. Izuku didn't immediately overwhelm him. Instead, he maintained a steady pressure, forcing Todoroki to continuously generate ice while providing no opportunity for recovery. With each passing minute, the temperature on Todoroki's right side dropped further, frost accumulating on his skin, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. "You're reaching your limit," Izuku observed after several minutes of this exchange. "Your right side is approaching frostbite, your reactions are slowing, and you've created so much ice that your mobility is compromised. All because you refuse to use the fire that could balance you." "I don't need it," Todoroki insisted through chattering teeth, launching another massive ice attack that Izuku casually shattered with Korichaus. "This isn't about need," Izuku countered, closing the distance between them. "It's about choice. Your father may have forced this power on you, bred you specifically to wield it, but that doesn't make it his. The fire is yours, Todoroki. Refusing to use it doesn't hurt Endeavor, it only hurts you." As if to demonstrate his point, Izuku placed his palm directly against Todoroki's frost-covered right arm. Physical hunt. Cold transferred from Todoroki to Izuku, the ice accumulating on the dual quirk user's body diminishing as Izuku absorbed the thermal energy. It wasn't a stealing of quirk, merely a manipulation of the physical manifestation Todoroki had already created. "See? Even your ice isn't truly yours if I can take it so easily," Izuku continued, releasing his hold. "But you have something I can't take. Choice. The choice to be more than your father's legacy, more than your own rebellion." Todoroki stared at him, conflict evident in his expression. "Why do you care? What does it matter to you whether I use my fire or not?" The question gave Izuku pause. Why did he care? When had the detached immortal who viewed human struggles as temporary and meaningless begun to invest in the growth of others? "Because waste offends me," he finally answered. "And watching someone with your potential deliberately handicap themselves out of spite is the definition of waste." Something in his words struck home. Todoroki's expression shifted, resolve giving way to uncertainty, then to a new kind of determination. Slowly, steam began rising from his left side. "If I use it," he said quietly, "it's because I choose to. Not because of him. Not because of you. Because it's mine." Flames erupted from Todoroki's left side, melting the accumulated ice and balancing the extreme cold of his right. The temperature in the arena spiked dramatically as years of suppressed power finally found release. Izuku smiled, a genuine expression rarely seen on his features. "Now we can have a real fight." The battle that followed was spectacular by any standard. Todoroki, liberated from his self-imposed restriction, demonstrated the true extent of his dual quirk, simultaneous ice and fire attacks, temperature manipulation on a scale that forced even Izuku to take the confrontation seriously. For his part, Izuku matched Todoroki's newfound freedom with controlled power of his own. He used physical hunts sparingly, preferring to rely on his natural abilities and Kurochasa's versatility. This wasn't about domination anymore. It was about pushing Todoroki to explore the full range of his potential. As the match extended beyond 15 minutes, longer than any previous confrontation in the tournament, both combatants showed signs of exertion. Todoroki, while liberated by his decision to use his fire, was still unaccustomed to balancing both aspects of his quirk simultaneously. Izuku, deliberately holding back from his more devastating abilities, found himself genuinely challenged by Todoroki's creativity and raw power. The end came not with a decisive blow, but with calculated strategy. Todoroki, recognizing that a prolonged battle favored Izuku's immortal stamina, created a massive thermal clash, superheated air meeting flash-frozen moisture to generate a localized pressure wave. The resulting explosion cleared the arena, sending both combatants flying. Izuku, anticipating the move, anchored himself with Korachus at the last possible moment, maintaining his position within bounds, while Todoroki was propelled beyond the line. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike's announcement was nearly drowned out by the crowd's thunderous response. As medical staff attended to Todoroki, Izuku approached him, extending a hand to help him up. That was well fought. Todoroki accepted the assistance, his expression thoughtful. I lost. You found something more valuable than victory, Izuku countered. You found your own power, all of it. A small smile formed on Todoroki's usually stoic face. I suppose I did. He met Izuku's gaze directly. Thank you. The simple acknowledgement carried weight that elaborate praise could not have matched. Izuku nodded once in response, unexpectedly satisfied by an outcome that had nothing to do with his own victory. As he stood on the podium later, accepting the first-place medal from All Might, Izuku caught Mirko's gaze in the stands. Her expression held pride, satisfaction, and something deeper that he wasn't quite ready to name. Perhaps there was something to this hero business after all. The internship period following the sports festival presented an unexpected dilemma for Izuku. His dominating performance had generated offers from virtually every major hero agency in Japan, including, surprisingly, Endeavor, who seemed equally intrigued and disturbed by Izuku's role in Todoroki's breakthrough. You should accept Hawk's offer, Mirko advised as they reviewed the extensive list together in her apartment. His speed-based combat style would complement your abilities, and his agency handles the kind of high-risk operations that would keep you engaged. Izuku considered this, but found himself strangely reluctant. And if I wanted to intern with you instead? Mirko's ears twitched in surprise. Me? I don't typically take interns. Too much paperwork, not enough action. You made an exception for me once already, Izuku pointed out. Why not again? She studied him, trying to discern his motivation. You'd learn more with Hawks or even Endeavor. My operation is solo, focused on direct combat rather than broader hero work. Perhaps that's precisely what interests me, Izuku replied. The purity of your approach. No teams, no complex hierarchies, just direct action against threats. Is that the only reason? Mirko asked, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Izuku matched her expression. Would you prefer I admit that I find your company less tedious than most? That working alongside you these past months has been surprisingly satisfying? It would be a start, she acknowledged, her tone softening. But it doesn't change the fact that interning with me while we're involved personally creates complications neither of us needs right now. She was right, of course. Their relationship had evolved beyond professional boundaries, creating potential conflicts of interest that would draw unwanted scrutiny from UUA administration and the Hero Commission alike. Fine, Izuku conceded. Hawks it is. His internship with the winged hero proved more engaging than anticipated. Hawks operated with a freedom unusual among top-ranked heroes, his laid-back personality masking a ruthlessly efficient approach to heroism that resonated with Izuku's own pragmatism. You're not what I expected, Hawks commented on their third day as they perched atop a skyscraper monitoring villain activity in the district below. The reports from UA painted you as this loose cannon, immortal, lethal, barely controllable. but you're actually just intensely practical. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment or criticism? Observation, Hawks replied, his feathers shifting slightly to adjust his position. Most heroes, even the good ones, get caught up in the pageantry of it all. The poses, the catchphrases, the moral grandstanding. You cut through all that. See a threat, eliminate the threat, move on. It's refreshing. Don't let the Hero Commission hear you say that, Izuku warned. They prefer their heroes photogenic and quotable. Hawks laughed. Trust me, I'm well aware of their preferences. He stretched his wings. Between you and me, the hero system as it exists now is unsustainable. Too rigid, too focused on appearances rather than results. It'll break eventually, either reform from within or collapse under pressure from without. The assessment aligned with Izuku's own observations, though he was surprised to hear it from the number 2 hero. And where do you see yourself when that happens? Adapting, Hawks answered simply. That's what I do. What about you? You've got a longer timeline to consider than most of us. The question gave Izuku pause. He'd never seriously considered his place in the hero system beyond his current experiment with UA, a temporary diversion from immortal boredom, nothing more. I suppose I'll adapt as well, he finally replied. Though, on a long enough timeline, systems like this become patterns rather than unique occurrences. Heroes, villains, the societies that create both. They rise, fall, and reconstitute themselves in slightly different forms. The names change, but the fundamental dynamics remain remarkably consistent. Hawks studied him with newfound interest. You really have been around a while, haven't you? That's not the perspective of someone in their 20s. Let's just say I've seen enough cycles to recognize the patterns. Their conversation was interrupted by Hawk's drac feathers suddenly standing at attention, his sensory network detecting something requiring intervention. Multiple villain signatures 3 blocks east. Looks like a coordinated attack on a financial institution. Izuku rose, Kurocha's already in hand. Lead the way. The bank robbery was more organized than typical villain activities. 7 perpetrators with complementary quirks, hostages secured, escape routes established. As Hawks deployed his feathers for reconnaissance, Izuku assessed the situation with practiced efficiency. 3 with mutation-type quirks, 2 emitters, 1 transformation, 1 unknown, Hawks reported. Approximately 20 hostages inside, including children. They've disabled standard security and established quirk-dampening fields at all entrances. Approach recommendation? Izuku asked, deferring to Hawk's experience with such situations. Standard protocol would be containment, negotiation, and coordinated entry once demands are established, Hawks replied. But given our combined abilities, I'm thinking something more direct. Izuku smiled. I like direct. Their attack was perfectly synchronized. Hawks creating a distraction with his feathers at the main entrance, while Izuku infiltrated through the roof using zero sign, a technique that temporarily masked his presence from both visual and quirk-based detection. Inside, Izuku moved like a ghost, systematically incapacitating the villains before they realized their security had been breached. For each, he used precisely calculated force, enough to render them unconscious but not permanent harm. By the time Hawks entered through the front, 5 of the 7 perpetrators were already neutralized. The remaining 2, clearly the leaders of the operation, found themselves trapped between Hawks' advancing feathers and Izuku's implacable presence. Surrender and this ends without further violence, Hawks offered, his usual casual demeanor replaced by professional focus. The larger villain, a woman with metallic skin and glowing orange eyes, laughed. You think we didn't plan for heroes? Especially you, Hawks? She pressed a device on her wrist. Let's see how many hostages you can save when the building comes down around you. Explosives detonated throughout the structure, specifically placed to compromise key support columns. The building began to shake, debris falling as structural integrity failed. Get the hostages out, Izuku commanded, not waiting for Hawks' response before charging the villains. As the winged hero deployed his feathers to guide civilians to safety, Izuku engaged both opponents simultaneously. The metallic woman proved formidable, her hardened skin resistant to conventional attacks. Her partner, a man whose quirk allowed him to generate concussive force from his palms, kept Izuku at distance with continuous energy blasts. Physical hunt, Izuku murmured, making contact with the man's extended arm during a momentary overextension. The villain's eyes widened in shock as he felt his quirk factor transferring to Izuku, his next blast reduced to a feeble pulse, while Izuku's palm began glowing with absorbed energy. "What the hell are you?" he gasped. Izuku didn't bother responding. With the stolen concussive ability, he struck the metallic woman directly in her midsection, the enhanced force penetrating her hardened exterior and sending her crashing into a wall. With both villains temporarily disabled, Izuku turned his attention to the deteriorating structure. The building was seconds from complete collapse, with Hawks still guiding the last hostages toward exits. "Hunterfest," Izuku declared, extending his influence throughout the building. The strain was immediate and intense, absorbing strength from numerous sources simultaneously, while targeting the energy specifically towards structural reinforcement. His muscles expanded visibly as he channeled the accumulated power into key support points, physically holding sections of the building in place while Hawks completed the evacuation. By the time the last hostage reached safety, Izuku's body was glowing with the effort of maintaining Hunterfest at such intensity for an extended duration. With a final surge of power, he leapt from the building, carrying both unconscious villains, moments before the structure collapsed entirely. Landing beside Hawks amidst the gathered emergency responders, Izuku released the Hunterfest, the discharged energy creating a visible shockwave that rustled clothing and disturbed debris around him. That, Hawks remarked, watching as police secured the villains, was not standard protocol. Izuku shrugged, his breathing returning to normal with unnatural speed. Effective, though. Undeniably, Hawks' expression held new respect. The way you held that building together, that wasn't just physical strength. You were calculating stress points, load distributions, structural priorities in real time. Experience, Izuku explained simply. Buildings collapse in predictable ways once you've seen enough of them fall. The casual reference to his extensive lifetime might have given another hero pause, but Hawks merely nodded in understanding. Well, whatever the source, it saved lives today. Clean operation, minimal property damage beyond what the villains caused, no civilian casualties. As they debriefed with local authorities, Izuku found himself unexpectedly satisfied with the outcome. There was something undeniably gratifying about applying his abilities toward preservation rather than his usual destructive applications. Hawks seemed to read his thoughts. Different feeling, isn't it? When you save instead of just survive or destroy. Izuku didn't answer immediately, considering the unfamiliar emotion. "It's not unpleasant," he finally admitted. Hawks laughed. "High praise indeed from the immortal cynic. Maybe there's hope for you as a hero after all." The remainder of the internship followed a similar pattern, Hawks gradually entrusting Izuku with greater responsibility while subtly directing him towards situations that required protection rather than merely combat. By the final day, their working relationship had evolved into something approaching mutual respect, with Hawks offering Izuku an open invitation to return after graduation. "You've got potential beyond what UA can shape," Hawks told him during their final debriefing. "When you're ready for the next step, my agency door is always open." Izuku found himself genuinely appreciative of the offer. "I'll consider it." "That's all I ask." Hawks extended a hand. "In the meantime, try not to terrify your teachers too much. Some of them are actually worth listening to." As Izuku returned to UA, he carried with him not just the technical experience from his internship, but something less tangible, a growing uncertainty about his place in the world. The detached immortal who had agreed to Mirko's proposal out of mere boredom was gradually being replaced by someone more connected, more invested in the outcomes of his actions. It was uncomfortable. It was unfamiliar. It was perhaps growth. The final examination period brought new challenges, practical tests designed to assess not just individual abilities, but teamwork, judgment, and adaptation to unexpected scenarios. Students were paired based on complementary and contrasting skills, then pitted against faculty members in simulated high-stakes situations. When Izuku found himself partnered with Bakugo against All Might himself, he recognized the deliberate nature of the matchup. This wasn't just about passing an exam, it was about addressing the complex dynamic between two of UA's most powerful yet problematic students. I don't need your help to beat All Might, Bakugo declared as they reviewed the examination parameters. Just stay out of my way. Izuku regarded him with mild amusement. Your confidence is admirable, if wildly misplaced. All Might, even with the restraints they've placed on him for this exercise, is beyond your capabilities. The hell he is, Bakugo snarled. I've been training specifically for this. As have I, Izuku countered calmly. The difference is that I recognize when cooperation is strategically advantageous. Your pride will get you defeated, and me along with you, which I find unacceptable. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but something in Izuku's tone, the absolute certainty behind his words, gave the explosive student pause. Fine, what's your plan? Their strategy was straightforward but tactically sound. Use Bakugo's aggressive combat style as a distraction while Izuku maneuvered to either secure their objective, reaching an extraction point, or, if necessary, neutralize All Might directly through his absorption abilities. When the exam began, they executed the initial phase flawlessly. Bakugo engaged All Might with controlled aggression, his movements more disciplined than his usual berserker approach. The training since the sports festival was evident in his improved technique, his explosions precisely calculated rather than simply overwhelming. All Might, even with the weights limiting his mobility and power, proved formidable, easily countering Bakugo's attacks while maintaining awareness of his surroundings. A fine effort, young Bakugo, he called out, deflecting an especially powerful blast. But where is your partner? Has he abandoned you already? The taunt was deliberate, an attempt to disrupt their coordination by playing on Bakugo's insecurities and Izuku's perceived unreliability. But Bakugo, surprisingly, didn't take the bait. Worry about what's in front of you, All Might, he retorted, maintaining his offensive pressure. I'm more than enough to keep you busy. Meanwhile, Izuku circled the battlefield using Zero Sign, waiting for the precise moment when All Might's focus was fully committed to Bakugo's assault. When the opportunity presented itself, All Might preparing a counterattack that would likely incapacitate Bakugo, Izuku struck. Physical hunt, he murmured, making contact with All Might's exposed back. The effect was immediate and dramatic. All Might staggered as a portion of his immense strength transferred to Izuku, the connection visible as crimson energy flowing between them. The symbol of peace turned with surprising speed despite the drain, his expression showing genuine concern. Clever strategy, young Midoriya, he acknowledged, breaking the contact with a controlled backhand that sent Izuku skidding across the pavement, but not enough to overcome experience. What followed was a coordinated assault that surprised even Izuku. Rather than continuing independently, Bakugo adjusted his approach to complement Izuku's stolen strength, targeting All Might's blind spots, creating openings through calculated explosions, demonstrating teamwork that neither had shown capacity for previously. All Might, recognizing the shift in dynamic, increased his own effort, still holding back from his full capabilities, but applying enough force to genuinely challenge both students. You're working well together, he called out, genuine approval in his voice despite the intensity of combat. But the path to victory requires more than just synchronized attacks. He was right. Despite their improved coordination, they were making minimal progress toward the extraction point. All Might was too skilled at battlefield control, preventing their advance while maintaining pressure on both simultaneously. We need to change approach, Izuku called to Bakugo during a momentary separation. Direct confrontation isn't working. Bakugo, breathing heavily from exertion, nodded reluctantly. What's the play? I'll engage him directly. When I give the signal, you make a break for the extraction point. What? No way, Bakugo protested. That's not winning. That's running away. The objective is to reach the extraction point, not defeat All Might, Izuku reminded him. Victory conditions don't require us to beat him, just to complete the mission. Bakugo's expression showed internal conflict, his desire to prove himself against All Might, warring with the logical recognition that Izuku's plan offered their best chance of success. Fine, he finally conceded, but make it good. I'm not leaving you to have all the fun unless it's worth it. Izuku's lips curved in a rare, genuine smile. Oh, it will be. Re-engaging All Might, Izuku unleashed abilities he deliberately kept in reserve during previous UA exercises. Kurashas extended to its full length, glowing with accumulated energy as he matched All Might blow for blow. Physical Hunt activated repeatedly, each contact draining more of the hero's tremendous strength while bolstering Izuku's own capabilities. All Might, recognizing the escalation, responded in kind, moving faster, hitting harder, demonstrating why he held the title of Symbol of Peace. "You've been holding back in your training, young Midoriya," he observed, landing a punch that would have incapacitated any normal student. "I'm flattered you consider me worthy of your full effort." "Not quite full," Izuku corrected, recovering from the blow with immortal resilience, "but close enough for this purpose." When All Might momentarily overextended during a particularly powerful attack, Izuku saw his opportunity. "Hunter Fest," he declared, expanding his absorption field to encompass not just All Might but the surrounding area. The drain was massive, pulling physical energy from everything within range, including the environment itself. Concrete cracked as its structural integrity diminished, metal supports groaned as molecular bonds weakened, and All Might himself visibly faltered as unprecedented amounts of his strength transferred to Izuku. "Now," Izuku shouted to Bakugo, his body glowing with accumulated power. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Using his explosions for maximum propulsion, he launched himself toward the extraction point, covering ground at extraordinary speed while Izuku maintained the Hunter Fest, effectively pinning All Might in place through sheer energy manipulation. All Might, recognizing their strategy, attempted to pursue Bakugo, only to find Izuku directly in his path, Kurachas spinning with enough force to generate visible air distortion. "Your opponent is still here," Izuku reminded him, matching All Might's strength with the combined power of Hunter Fest and accumulated physical hunt energy. What followed was a direct clash of raw power, All Might's natural strength against Izuku's absorbed energy. The surrounding training ground cracked and deformed under the pressure of their exchange, shockwaves radiating outward with each impact. Through his earpiece, Izuku heard confirmation that Bakugo had reached the extraction point, mission accomplished. But rather than immediately disengaging, he maintained his position against All Might, testing his limits against the world's greatest hero. "The exercise is complete, young Midoriya," All Might stated, noting the confirmation in his own communication device. "You can release your technique now." Izuku considered for a moment, then nodded, gradually releasing the Hunter Fest and returning the absorbed energy to its sources. As the glow faded from his body, he collapsed Kurashas to its compact form and returned it to his belt. An impressive display, All Might acknowledged once they both stood down. "Your control over your abilities has improved significantly since you arrived at Yu. As has Bakugo's willingness to cooperate," Izuku noted. "An unexpected development." All Might's smile held genuine approval. Growth often comes from unexpected directions. Speaking of which, his expression turned more serious. "Your restraint during that final exchange was noted and appreciated. There was a time when I suspect you would have continued that confrontation regardless of the mission parameters." Izuku didn't immediately deny it. Perhaps, but there was nothing to be gained from further engagement once the objective was secured. "Pragmatism is a valuable trait in a hero," All Might observed, "when balanced with compassion and judgment." As they walked together toward the monitoring station where Bakugo waited, All Might added, "You know, young Midoriya, when you first arrived at UA, many of us had serious reservations about your suitability for hero work. Your power was undeniable, but your approach to conflict resolution seemed incompatible with our values." "And now?" Izuku prompted when All Might paused. "Now, I find myself increasingly convinced that Mirko's instincts about you were correct. There is indeed a hero beneath all that cynicism and detachment, one with a unique perspective that the world may very well need in the challenging times ahead." The assessment was unexpected, and Izuku found himself unsure how to respond. Part of him wanted to dismiss the observation as sentimental optimism, the symbol of peace seeing potential where none existed. But another part, growing stronger with each passing month at UA, recognized the truth in All Might's words. He was changing. Slowly, reluctantly, but undeniably. The question was whether that change represented growth or weakness, evolution or compromise. As they rejoined Bakugo, who greeted their arrival with characteristic gruffness masking obvious pride in their success, Izuku found himself contemplating a future he hadn't previously considered, one where his immortality served a purpose beyond mere survival and distraction. It was an uncomfortable thought. But not, he was beginning to realize, an entirely unwelcome one. The training camp in the forest was supposed to be routine, intensive quirk development, survival training, team-building exercises designed to prepare Class 1A for the provisional license exam. Instead, it became the catalyst for everything that followed. The League of Villains attack came during the second night. Coordinated, strategic, with clear objectives beyond simple destruction. New members had joined their ranks since USJ, including a gas manipulator named Mustard, a lizard-like villain called Spinner, and most concerning, a psychotic blonde girl who called herself Toga and demonstrated disturbing interest in blood collection. Izuku had sensed something was wrong hours before the attack began. A subtle shift in the forest's natural rhythm, the absence of certain wildlife sounds, small indicators that experienced eyes would recognize as warning signs. He'd alerted Aizawa, who increased security patrols but maintained the training schedule to avoid creating panic. When blue flames erupted at the perimeter shortly after midnight, Izuku was already in motion, moving toward the disturbance while most students were still registering the alarm. "Midoriya," Aizawa called after him. "Maintain position with the others." Izuku ignored the command. Kurochu's already extended as he raced toward the flames. He found their source quickly. A blue-flamed villain engaging in combat with the Pussycats, his fire-based quirk overwhelming their defensive formation. Without hesitation, Izuku inserted himself into the confrontation, Kurochu's connecting solidly with the villain's midsection before he registered the new threat. "What the?" The blue-flamed villain staggered back, eyes widening as he took in Izuku's appearance. "Well, what do we have here? You must be the immortal Shigaraki's been obsessing over since USJ." "And you are?" Izuku inquired, positioning himself between the villain and the injured Pussycats. "Dabi," the villain introduced himself with a mocking bow. "Pleasure to finally meet the student who killed our Nomu. Shigaraki's been planning something special for you." "How flattering," Izuku twirled Kurochus casually. "Unfortunately, I'll have to decline whatever invitation you're extending." Dabi's blue flames intensified. "Who said anything about an invitation? This is a capture mission." The battle that followed was brief but destructive. Dabi's flames, hot enough to incinerate normal humans instantly, proved ineffective against Izuku's immortal physiology. Though his clothes and exposed skin burned, the damage regenerated almost immediately, allowing him to close distance despite the thermal barrier. "What the hell are you?" Dabi demanded as Izuku walked through a wall of blue fire, clothes smoldering but expression unchanged. "Someone you shouldn't have provoked," Izuku replied, engaging physical hunt upon making contact with Dabi's exposed neck. The villain gasped as he felt his quirk factor transferring, the blue flames around his body diminishing, while similar azure fire began dancing across Izuku's skin. The stolen power combined with Izuku's natural abilities created an amplification effect, the absorbed flames growing hotter, more intense, responding to his will with precision that Dabi himself hadn't demonstrated. "Impossible," Dabi breathed, backing away. "You can't control it that perfectly on first acquisition." "Experience," Izuku explained simply, directing the stolen flames with casual precision. "This isn't the first fire quirk I've encountered." When Dabi attempted to retreat, Izuku pursued, not to capture, but to eliminate. This wasn't a training exercise or a street-level villain. The League represented a fundamental threat to the stability Izuku had, somewhat to his own surprise, come to value. Before he could deliver a finishing blow, however, a familiar voice called out behind him. "Midoriya, stand down!" Mirko landed beside him, her hero costume showing signs of recent combat. "We have the area contained. Capture, don't kill." Izuku hesitated, the stolen blue flames still dancing around his body. "This isn't a conventional villain, Rumi. The League—" "I know exactly who they are," she interrupted. "But we need intelligence more than we need corpses right now. The League is after something specific." The momentary distraction allowed Dabi to create distance, his weakened flames still dangerous enough to keep pursuers at bay. "Another time, Immortal," he called back, disappearing into the forest. Izuku turned to Mirko, frustration evident. "He'll kill again. You know that." "Probably," she acknowledged grimly. But right now, we have bigger problems. The League isn't just attacking randomly, they've targeted specific students for abduction. Bakugo and Tokoyami have already been taken. The information shifted Izuku's priorities immediately. Coordinates? Last seen moving northeast, deeper into the forest, multiple League members, including Shigaraki himself. The gas user has created a toxic perimeter to slow hero response. Izuku nodded, already planning his approach. The gas won't affect me. I'll pursue immediately. Not alone, Mirko countered. I'm coming with you. Your respiratory system is my concern, not yours. Her expression brooked no argument. Besides, I brought this. She extracted a compact gas mask from her utility belt, standard equipment when dealing with quirk-based atmospheric hazards. Izuku recognized the logic, though concern for her safety created an unfamiliar discomfort. Stay behind me if we encounter Shigaraki. His decay quirk works on contact and spreads rapidly. They moved through the forest with practiced efficiency, Izuku using zero sign to mask their approach, while Mirko's enhanced hearing tracked their quarry through the dense vegetation. The toxic gas grew thicker as they advanced, evidence of Mustard's quirk establishing a defensive perimeter around the League's extraction point. When they finally located the villains, the situation was more complex than anticipated. Shigaraki stood with several League members in a small clearing, Bakugo and Tokoyami both restrained and unconscious. A warp gate was beginning to form, Kurogiri preparing for evacuation. We need to disrupt the warp gate, Mirko whispered. Once they enter, recovery becomes exponentially more difficult. Izuku assessed the situation rapidly. Kurogiri first, then Shigaraki. The others are secondary threats. Before they could implement their strategy, however, a new complication emerged. Dabi had rejoined the group and was alerting them to pursuit. The Immortal and the Rabbit Hero are closing in, he reported to Shigaraki. We need to accelerate extraction. Shigaraki's response was immediate. Kurogiri prioritized Bakugo. The bird is secondary. Everyone else, defensive formation. Their element of surprise compromised, Izuku made a split-second decision. Hunter Fest, he declared, extending his absorption field to encompass the entire clearing. The effect was dramatic and immediate. Every villain within range staggered as a portion of their physical strength transferred to Izuku. The absorption visible as crimson energy flowing toward him. Even the unconscious Bakugo and Tokoyami contributed unknowingly to the power accumulation. Izuku's body transformed with the influx, muscles expanding as he channeled the accumulated strength into explosive acceleration. He crossed the clearing in a blur of motion. Kurechus extended toward Kurogiri's metallic collar, the physical manifestation of his warp quirk. Physical hunt, Izuku declared upon contact, attempting to disrupt the warp gate by directly absorbing its energy. Kurogiri's misty form fluctuated violently, the portal destabilizing as Izuku's ability interfered with its fundamental properties. Impossible, the warp villain gasped. You can't absorb a quirk directly. Not absorbing, Izuku corrected, maintaining contact despite Kurogiri's attempts to disengage. Disrupting the energy flow. Different principle, similar result. As the warp gate collapsed, Shigaraki launched himself at Izuku with unexpected speed, 5 fingers extended toward his face. Release him now, the League leader demanded, decay already spreading from his fingertips. Izuku pivoted, maintaining his hold on Kurogiri while evading Shigaraki's initial attack. The situation had become exponentially more dangerous. Defending against multiple high-level threats while preventing the captive's extraction required perfect coordination. Mirko, he called out. Secure the students. The Rabbit Hero was already in motion, her powerful legs launching her over the defensive line of villains toward the restrained forms of Bakugo and Tokoyami. As Dabi moved to intercept her, she demonstrated why she ranked among Japan's top heroes. Her combat speed and precision allowing her to deliver a devastating kick that sent the flame villain crashing into the forest perimeter. Izuku, meanwhile, found himself engaged with both Shigaraki and a newly arrived Toga, whose maniacal grin and blood-drawing knives created an unpredictable combat dynamic. Maintaining his disruption of Kurogiri while defending against their simultaneous attacks stretched even his immortal capabilities. You're ruining everything again, Shigaraki hissed, his decay spreading across Izuku's arm where a glancing blow had connected. The flesh disintegrated rapidly, crumbling to dust before regenerating almost as quickly. "Why won't you just die?" asked and answered. Izuku replied calmly, using Kurashas to create distance while his arm reconstructed itself. Immortality has its advantages. The battle intensified as additional League members joined the fray. Spinner engaged Mirko as she attempted to extract the captive students, his massive modified sword forcing her to prioritize defense over evacuation. Mustard intensified his gas production, creating visual obstruction while a muscular villain named Muscular targeted Izuku directly, apparently eager to test his strength against the rumored immortal. Hunterfest isn't enough here, Izuku realized, assessing the deteriorating tactical situation. Against multiple specialized opponents, even his absorption abilities had limitations, particularly when dividing his attention between combat and protecting Mirko and the captives. A new approach was required. Physical hunt, total release, he declared, activating a technique he developed but never implemented in actual combat. The effect transcended his previous applications of the ability. Rather than absorbing specific attributes from individual targets, total release created a cascading effect, physical energy transferring from every being within range simultaneously, creating a massive power differential that temporarily rendered all opponents significantly weakened, while elevating Izuku's capabilities to unprecedented levels. The villains collapsed almost as one, their bodies suddenly unable to support even their own weight as vital energy transferred to Izuku. Only Muscular remained partially upright, his augmentation quirk compensating somewhat for the energy drain. "What did you do?" Shigaraki gasped, struggling to raise his head from the ground. Izuku didn't bother responding. With his opponents temporarily incapacitated, he moved to secure Bakugo and Tokoyami, breaking their restraints with casual ease while Mirko covered their retreat. "We need to move quickly," he told her, lifting both unconscious students effortlessly. "This technique has a limited duration, and they'll recover progressively rather than simultaneously." Mirko nodded, her expression showing both approval and concern. That was new. "Necessity breeds innovation," Izuku replied simply. As they retreated with the rescued students, Shigaraki's rage-filled voice followed them. "This isn't over, Immortal. The League will have what it wants, one way or another." The threat carried weight beyond mere villain bravado. Something in Shigaraki's tone, a certainty, a conviction that transcended their immediate confrontation, suggested a larger plan still in motion. By the time they reached the hero perimeter, reinforcements had arrived, including Endeavor, whose flames illuminated the forest as he systematically cleared the toxic gas with controlled burn techniques. The pro-hero's expression upon seeing Izuku carrying the rescued students was unreadable, though his eyes narrowed slightly at the white-haired immortal's clearly manifested Hunterfest physique. "The League is temporarily neutralized, but will recover within minutes," Izuku reported, transferring Bakugo and Tokoyami to the medical team. "I recommend immediate area containment with fire breaks to prevent escape through the eastern perimeter." Endeavor's eyes narrowed further at receiving tactical advice from a student, but he nodded curtly. "Already implemented. Additional heroes are establishing a secondary containment perimeter 2 kilometers out." As medical personnel attended to the rescued students, Aizawa approached Izuku and Mirko. "Report," he demanded, his expression grim. Mirko provided a concise summary of events, while Izuku gradually released the total release technique, returning absorbed energy to its natural circulation. The process was uncomfortable, like deliberately surrendering an advantage, but necessary to maintain his body's equilibrium. Even immortality had limitations when it came to containing unnaturally high energy levels. "You directly engaged Shigaraki," Aizawa noted, focusing on Izuku, against explicit instructions to prioritize student evacuation. "The students were their objective," Izuku countered. "Neutralizing their extraction method was the most efficient path to securing their safety." Before Aizawa could respond, Vlad King approached with urgent information. "Multiple villain signatures are disappearing from our tracking system. It appears they've found an alternative evacuation method despite the warp gate's disruption." Endeavor immediately mobilized toward the reported location, flames intensifying as he prepared for confrontation. But by the time heroes reached the area, the League had vanished, leaving behind only evidence of their presence and the lingering effects of Mustard's gas. As the situation stabilized and students were consolidated for evacuation to UA, Izuku found himself experiencing an unfamiliar emotion. Not the satisfaction of victory, but a gnawing concern that extended beyond the immediate threat. "Something's not right," he told Mirko as they watched the medical team load injured students into transport vehicles. "This attack was too coordinated, too specific in its targets." "Agreed," Mirko replied, her own expression thoughtful. "The League is evolving, becoming more strategic, more patient. Shigaraki's earlier tantrums are being replaced with actual planning. It's not just that." Izuku's eyes narrowed as he processed the tactical implications. They retreated too easily once their primary objective was compromised, as if the abduction attempt was important but not essential to their larger strategy. "You think this was a feint? Part of something bigger?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Or a test? They've been gathering data on hero responses, student capabilities, security protocols. Each engagement provides them with information they can apply to future operations." The analysis aligned with Mirko's own assessment. "I'll relay your concerns to the Hero Commission. In the meantime, UA will likely implement additional security measures once students return to campus." As predicted, the aftermath of the training camp attack brought significant changes to UA's operations. Security systems were enhanced, student movements restricted, and a controversial decision was made to transition to an on-campus dormitory system to maintain continuous protection of Hero course students. For Izuku, these developments carried limited personal impact. His immortality and power set rendering conventional security concerns largely irrelevant. But the psychological effect on his classmates was profound. The direct targeting of Bakugo and Tokoyami had shattered the perceived safety of their hero training, replacing youthful confidence with a sobering awareness of their vulnerability. It was this change, more than any physical security enhancement, that caught Izuku's attention. As Class 1A moved into their new dormitory, Heights Alliance, he observed the subtle shifts in his classmates' interactions. Superficially, they maintained their usual dynamics: Bakugo's aggressive posturing, Kirishima's exuberant friendliness, Todoroki's reserved politeness. But beneath those familiar patterns lay a new seriousness, a recognition that their chosen path carried consequences beyond academic success or failure. "They're growing up," Mirko observed when Izuku mentioned this during one of their increasingly domestic evenings at her apartment, experiencing the reality of hero work rather than just the training simulations. They shouldn't have to," Izuku replied, surprising himself with the protective sentiment. "Not yet, at least. Their training should have provided a buffer between academic theory and life-threatening reality." Mirko studied him, a small smile playing at her lips. "That sounds suspiciously like concern for your classmates, Izuku. Careful, your detachment is slipping." He didn't bother denying it. "Perhaps it is. Does that amuse you?" "Not amuse. Encourage." She moved closer, her expression softening. "You've been changing since you came to UA, evolving from the cynical immortal I found picking pockets to someone who genuinely cares about the well-being of others. It's not unwelcome." Izuku considered her words, weighing them against his own internal experience. The changes were undeniable: subtle shifts in priority, perspective, even the fundamental calculations that governed his decision-making. Where once he had viewed human connections as temporary distractions at best, he now found himself invested in outcomes that extended beyond his immediate experience. "Is that growth or weakness?" he asked, voicing the question that had increasingly occupied his thoughts. "Does it matter what it's called if it makes your existence more meaningful?" Mirko countered. The question lingered in Izuku's mind as UA prepared for its next major event, the provisional license examination. For most hero students, this represented a crucial milestone, the first official recognition of their developing capabilities and the legal authorization to apply their quirks in emergency situations. For Izuku, it presented an unexpected opportunity for reflection on exactly what kind of hero, if any, he was becoming. The provisional license exam brought hero students from across Japan together in a multi-stage assessment designed to identify those ready for limited professional responsibilities. Unlike UA's internal evaluations, This test involved direct competition between schools, with a strict pass limit ensuring only the most capable candidates received authorization. As Class 1A prepared at the examination site, Izuku found himself the focus of significant attention from other schools, his reputation from the sports festival and subsequent villain encounters having spread throughout the hero education community. "That's him, the immortal from UA," whispered students from Shiketsu High as they passed. "They say he killed a Nomu with his bare hands." "I heard he can steal quirks permanently," another added, the misinformation illustrating how rumors had amplified his abilities. Izuku ignored the speculation, focused instead on Aizawa's final instructions to the class. "Remember, this isn't just about showing off your quirks," the homeroom teacher emphasized. "And the examiners are evaluating your judgment, your adaptability, and your ability to work within the legal framework of professional heroism. Power means nothing without control and appropriate application." His gaze lingered on Izuku and Bakugo specifically during this last point, the two students most prone to excessive force during previous exercises. When the first phase began, a battle royal where participants eliminated others by attaching targets to designated body points, Izuku adopted an unexpected approach. Rather than immediately engaging in combat, he positioned himself as a defender, protecting classmates from elimination while allowing them to secure their own targets. "What are you doing?" Bakugo demanded when he noticed Izuku deflecting attacks from a Ketsubutsu Academy student without counterattacking. "Stop playing defense and take some targets." "I don't need the practice in combat," Izuku replied calmly, using Kuroshaus to redirect another incoming attack. "But our classmates need the opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities without interference." The response caught Bakugo off guard. "Since when do you care about helping others show off?" "It's not about showing off," Izuku corrected. "It's about ensuring those with the skill to be effective heroes have the opportunity to prove it. My passing this exam is a foregone conclusion. Theirs isn't." This pragmatic, yet surprisingly considerate approach continued throughout the first phase. Izuku systematically identified the strongest external threats, particularly those targeting UA students specifically due to their high profile, and neutralized their attacks without eliminating them. This created space for his classmates to secure their own qualifications while demonstrating a level of tactical awareness that didn't escape the examiner's notice. It was only when a particularly aggressive Shiketsu student, Inasa Yoarashi, a wind quirk user with tremendous raw power, directly challenged him that Izuku engaged in actual combat. "Midoriya Izuku," Yoarashi called out, his voice carrying over the chaos of the examination arena. "I challenge you directly. Show me if UA's immortal lives up to his reputation." The wind user's quirk manifestation was impressive, creating localized cyclones that disrupted everyone in the vicinity, including Izuku's own classmates. The collateral effect forced Izuku's hand. "If you insist," he replied, stepping forward to meet the challenge. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration. As Yorashi unleashed his most powerful wind techniques, Izuku simply walked through them, using physical hunt to absorb the kinetic energy of the air currents themselves, rendering the attacks progressively weaker with each step he took toward the Shiketsu student. "Impossible!" Yoarashi exclaimed as his winds diminished despite his increasing effort. "No one can just walk through my maximum output." When Izuku reached him, he placed a hand on Yoarashi's shoulder. "Your quirk is impressive," he acknowledged, "but power without precision is just wasted energy." With a precise application of the absorbed wind energy, Izuku created a localized pressure differential that momentarily immobilized Yorashi, allowing him to place a target on the required point without resistance. "Study fluid dynamics," he advised, as the elimination was confirmed. "Your quirk has applications beyond raw force that you haven't begun to explore." The exchange, witnessed by numerous participants and examiners, contributed to a growing reassessment of Izuku's character among both peers and evaluators. The ruthless combatant from the sports festival had been replaced by someone more measured, more strategic, someone who recognized that heroism involved more than simply overwhelming opponents with superior power. When the second phase was announced, a rescue operation in a simulated disaster zone, this evolution became even more apparent. Paired with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Izuku approached the exercise with methodical efficiency, utilizing his unique abilities in ways specifically adapted to civilian protection rather than combat. Hunterfest can be applied selectively. He explained to his teammates as they entered the scenario, "I can absorb structural energy from compromised buildings to prevent collapse while civilians are evacuated." Yaoyorozu, who had maintained a cautious distance from Izuku throughout their time at UA, seemed surprised by his constructive approach. "That's actually brilliant. I can create support structures to reinforce key points while you stabilize the energy distribution." Todoroki nodded in agreement. "And my ice can create evacuation paths through unstable areas. If we coordinate properly, we can maximize civilian extraction while minimizing additional structural damage." Their combined strategy proved remarkably effective. As professional heroes playing the role of disaster victims evaluated their performance, Izuku demonstrated applications of his abilities that even Aizawa hadn't previously observed. Precise energy manipulation that stabilized compromised structures, absorption techniques that removed dangerous debris without creating secondary collapse risks, even limited medical applications that transferred stamina to injured civilians to facilitate their evacuation. "Your control has improved significantly," Todoroki noted during a brief pause between extraction scenarios. "At USJ, your abilities seemed more indiscriminate." "Different circumstances require different applications," Izuku replied simply. "Combat and rescue have fundamentally different objectives." Yaoyorozu, monitoring their progress against evaluation metrics, added her own observation. "You've been studying rescue protocols specifically, haven't you? These techniques aren't improvised. They're too precise, too aligned with standard hero rescue doctrine." Izuku didn't immediately confirm or deny her assessment. The truth was more complex than either of his teammates might appreciate. His approach wasn't based on textbook study, but on centuries of practical experience with structural collapse, human panic response, and triage prioritization during disasters, both natural and man-made. "Let's just say I've had time to consider various applications beyond combat," he finally responded. "Destruction is simple. Preservation requires greater precision." By the examination's conclusion, Izuku had not only secured his own provisional license, but had contributed significantly to the successful qualification of most of his classmates. The few exceptions, notably Bakugo and Todoroki, who failed due to specific evaluation criteria despite their obvious power, created an unexpected opportunity for Izuku to demonstrate perhaps the most surprising aspect of his evolution. "They're offering a special remedial course," he told the two failed students as Class 1A prepared to return to UA, 3 months of specialized training followed by a focused re-examination. "I know that," Bakugo snapped, still seething from his failure. "What's your point?" "My point is that I'm offering to help you prepare," Izuku replied calmly. "Both of you have the raw ability to pass easily. What you lack is the specific perspective the examiners were evaluating." Todoroki regarded him with cautious interest. "Why would you help us?" It was a fair question, one that Izuku himself might have asked not so long ago. The Izuku who had first entered UA would have seen no value in assisting others to achieve what he had already obtained. "Because capable heroes make society more stable," he answered after a moment's consideration, "and stability benefits everyone, even immortals." The pragmatic framing of his offer made it easier for both Bakugo and Todoroki to accept without acknowledging the more significant implication that Izuku had begun to invest in the success of others not just for tactical advantage, but from genuine concern for their development. As they returned to UA, provisional licenses secured for most of Class 1A, Izuku found himself increasingly comfortable with the changes in his perspective. The detached immortal who had viewed human concerns as temporary distractions was gradually being replaced by someone who recognized the value of connection, of contribution to something larger than individual survival. It wasn't weakness, he decided. It was adaptation, evolution in response to changing circumstances. And after centuries of mere existence, evolution represented something he had long thought impossible: growth, the targeting of UA students by the League of Villains. Combined with the evolving threat of the mysterious overhaul and his Shihai Hasaikai organization, created a climate of heightened vigilance within the hero community. For those students with provisional licenses, this translated to increased integration with professional operations, carefully controlled exposures to actual hero work under close supervision. Izuku, whose unique abilities and combat experience made him particularly valuable in high-risk scenarios, found himself assigned to work with Sir Night Eye's agency, a placement that surprised many given the former All Might sidekick's notorious selectivity. "Your abilities intrigue me," Night Eye explained during their initial meeting, his penetrating gaze studying Izuku with clinical precision. "Particularly your apparent immunity to predictive quirks." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You've tried to foresee my actions?" "Several times," Night Eye confirmed without apology. "My foresight quirk allows me to view an individual's future with near-perfect accuracy once certain conditions are met. With you, however, I see only absence, as if you exist outside the conventional flow of causality." "Immortality has its peculiarities," Izuku acknowledged, unsurprised by the revelation. He'd encountered similar limitations in predictive abilities throughout his long existence. Outcomes involving him seemed consistently resistant to prophetic manipulation. "It's more than that," Night Eye pressed. "Your very presence alters probability streams for those around you. Outcomes that should be fixed become fluid when you're involved. It's why I requested your assignment specifically." The explanation clarified certain aspects of Izuku's experiences, particularly the way his interventions sometimes created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate situation. It wasn't just his direct actions that influenced events, but his mere presence altering the fundamental probabilities governing those around him. "And how do you intend to utilize this anomaly?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious about Night Eye's strategic thinking. The pro-hero adjusted his glasses, expression serious. "We're investigating a villain organization called Shi Hasaikai, led by a man who calls himself Overhaul. Their activities have recently intersected with the League of Villains, though the nature of their relationship remains unclear. What is clear is that Overhaul is developing something that has both the League and the underground black market extremely interested." "A weapon?" Izuku guessed. "A drug," Night Eye corrected, "one that temporarily erases quirks completely. Our intelligence suggests they're using a young girl with a rare ability to manufacture it." The implication was immediately clear. Human experimentation, exploitation of a child, and the development of a substance that could fundamentally disrupt the power balance of hero society. Even to Izuku's often detached perspective, the combination represented a significant threat to stability. "You want me to help rescue the girl," he concluded. "Eventually," Night Eye confirmed. "But first, we need concrete evidence and proper authorization. This operation must be conducted by the book. Overhaul has political connections that could complicate matters if we move prematurely." The following weeks saw Izuku integrated into Night Eye's investigation team, working alongside professional heroes including Lemillion, Mirio Togata, a former UA student whose mastery of a difficult quirk had made him Night Eye's protege and a leading candidate for the next symbol of peace. Mirio's unfailing optimism and genuine heroic spirit initially irritated Izuku, too reminiscent of the naive idealism he'd long since discarded. But as they worked together on surveillance and intelligence gathering, he found himself reluctantly respecting the blonde hero's combination of tactical thinking and unwavering commitment to civilian protection. "You know," Mirio commented during a particularly tedious stakeout of a suspected Hasaikai front operation, "when Sir first mentioned bringing you onto the team, I was skeptical. Your reputation from UA suggested someone more interested in combat than rescue work." Izuku, monitoring energy signatures from the building through a specialized application of physical hunt, didn't immediately respond. "But I was wrong," Mirio continued, undeterred by the silence. "You approach hero work differently than most, but there's a precision to your methods that's actually quite impressive." "Efficiency isn't the same as heroism," Izuku finally replied. "I simply apply the most effective technique to each situation." Mirio smiled, the expression genuine despite the serious circumstances. "Isn't that exactly what good heroes do? Assess situations accurately and respond appropriately? The motivation behind the action doesn't always matter as much as the outcome." The perspective was unexpectedly pragmatic, coming from someone whose surface presentation suggested idealistic simplicity. It reminded Izuku that appearances, his own included, often masked more complex realities. Their breakthrough came 3 weeks into the investigation when Izuku's enhanced perception detected an unusual energy signature during routine surveillance, a fluctuating pattern distinct from normal quirk manifestation. "Something's happening inside," he informed Night Eye through their secure communication channel. Northeast corner, below ground level. Energy pattern suggests quirk activation, but with irregularities consistent with artificial enhancement or suppression. Night Eye's response was immediate. "Maintain observation. Do not engage without authorization. Lemillion and I are en route to your position." Under normal circumstances, Izuku would have followed protocol. Gathering intelligence while awaiting backup was tactically sound. But something about the energy pattern triggered a deeper recognition, an instinctive response honed through centuries of survival. Pain. The fluctuations corresponded to waves of intense suffering. Without consulting the team, Izuku made his decision. Using Zero Sign to mask his approach, he infiltrated the facility through a maintenance entrance, moving with practiced silence through the building's lower levels. The energy signature grew stronger as he descended, eventually leading to a heavily secured laboratory area. Through reinforced observation windows, he witnessed the source, a small girl with unusual pale hair and a horn protruding from her forehead, strapped to an examination table while a masked figure extracted something from her body. The process was clearly excruciating, the child's silent screams evident in her expression, though no sound penetrated the soundproofed chamber. Something cold and ancient stirred within Izuku. A rage he had not experienced in decades, perhaps centuries. The calculated detachment that typically governed his actions wavered in the face of such deliberate cruelty. Overhaul, he identified the masked figure, recognizing him from Night Eye's briefing materials. The villain's quirk allowed him to disassemble and reassemble matter at will, including living tissue. The implications of such an ability, combined with the extraction process he was witnessing, created a clear tactical picture. The girl's body was being systematically harvested, broken down and reformed repeatedly to extract whatever substance her quirk produced. Protocol dictated immediate withdrawal and report. Tactical assessment suggested waiting for the full team to ensure successful extraction with minimal risk. Every conventional parameter of hero operations indicated patience as the optimal approach. Izuku disregarded them all. With Korichas extended, he shattered the observation window and entered the laboratory in a single fluid motion. Overhaul turned at the intrusion, his masked face revealing nothing of his expression, but his body language registering surprise at the sudden breach. "Who?" The villain's question cut short as Izuku closed the distance between them with immortal speed, Korichas connecting solidly with his midsection. "Physical hunt," Izuku declared, his hand gripping Overhaul's exposed wrist. The connection established, he began absorbing not just physical attributes, but the active energy of Overhaul's quirk itself, not stealing the ability permanently, but disrupting its current manifestation. Overhaul recoiled, clearly unaccustomed to having his power interfered with so directly. "Impossible," he gasped, staggering back. "No quirk can directly counter mine." "Not a quirk," Izuku corrected, advancing steadily. "Something older, something beyond your understanding." As Overhaul attempted to activate his disassembly ability, Izuku continued absorbing the energy, creating a feedback loop that prevented the villain from fully manifesting his power. With his primary weapon neutralized, Overhaul retreated toward an emergency exit, simultaneously triggering an alarm that would alert his organization to the intrusion. Izuku calculated his priorities in an instant. Pursuit of Overhaul would likely lead to extended conflict with Hasaikai forces, delaying extraction of the child and potentially exposing her to additional harm during the confrontation. The optimal course was clear. Secure the primary victim first, pursue the perpetrator second. Moving to the examination table, he carefully removed the restraints binding the girl, noting the extensive scarring across her small body, evidence of repeated abuse disguised as medical procedure. Her eyes, wide with fear and confusion, tracked his movements with the wariness of someone who had learned to expect pain from every interaction. "I won't hurt you," Izuku told her, his voice gentler than anyone from UA would have recognized. I'm here to take you away from this place. The girl didn't respond verbally, but her trembling intensified as he carefully lifted her from the table. Years of trauma had clearly conditioned her to expect punishment for any change in routine, even one that appeared to be rescue. As the facility's alarm systems continued blaring, Izuku made his tactical assessment. Standard exit routes would likely be compromised by responding Hasaikai members. Direct confrontation while carrying an injured child presented unacceptable risk to the primary objective. Hold on, he instructed the girl, securing her against his chest with one arm while extending Kurshas with the other. This will be loud, but it's the fastest way out. Using the accumulated energy from his earlier absorption of Overhaul's quirk, Izuku directed a concentrated strike at the laboratory ceiling, targeting a structural weakness he'd identified during his approach. The reinforced concrete cracked, then shattered under the precise application of force, creating an improvised exit route through multiple floors of the facility. With the girl secured, Izuku leapt upward through the created opening, bypassing the building's internal security measures and emerging on an upper level near his original infiltration point. The speed and unexpectedness of the vertical escape route allowed him to avoid immediate confrontation with Hasaikai forces, who were still converging on the laboratory level. As he neared the exit, however, his communication device activated, Night Eye's voice urgent but controlled. Midoriya, report status immediately. We detected unauthorized entry and internal alarms at your observation position. Primary objective secured, Izuku responded tersely. Target identified as Overhaul, confirmed child experimentation. Extracting victim now, suspect in flight within the facility. There was a momentary pause before Night Eye responded, his tone shifting from concern to focused professionalism. Understood. Extraction team is in position at the northeast perimeter. Proceed to coordinates being transmitted now. Medical support standing by. As Izuku emerged from the facility, the girl still clutched protectively against his chest. He found Night Eye, Lemillion, and several support heroes positioned precisely as indicated. Their expressions registered surprise at his appearance. Carrying a clearly traumatized child while covered in debris from his improvised exit route, but professional training immediately overrode personal reactions. Secure the perimeter, Night Eye ordered the support team. Lemillion, escort Midoriya and the child to the medical unit. I'll coordinate with Tactical to contain Overhaul and his organization. As Mirio led them toward the waiting medical team, he glanced at Izuku with an unreadable expression. You broke protocol, he noted, though his tone held no accusation. The situation required immediate intervention, Izuku replied, his attention primarily on the girl, who had begun shivering more violently as they moved into the open air. He adjusted his hold to provide additional warmth, a protective gesture that came without conscious thought. I'm not criticizing, Mirio clarified, his usual smile returning, though tempered by the seriousness of the situation. Sometimes the right call isn't the one in the manual. When they reached the medical team, Izuku found himself unexpectedly reluctant to release the child to their care. Something about her silent suffering, the evidence of systematic abuse visible in her eyes and scarred body, had triggered a protective response that transcended tactical considerations. Her quirk appears to be the source of their experimentation, he informed the lead medical hero as they carefully transferred her to a treatment gurney. She likely has significant trauma, both physical and psychological. The medical hero, a woman with a diagnostic quirk that allowed her to assess injuries through touch, nodded gravely. We'll take good care of her. Standard protocols for quirk-based trauma victims are already in place. As the medical team began their initial assessment, the girl's eyes remained fixed on Izuku, not with the trust of someone saved, but with the desperate focus of someone clinging to the least threatening presence in an environment of perceived danger. What's your name? Izuku asked her gently. For a moment it seemed she wouldn't respond. Then, so quietly that even with his enhanced hearing he barely caught it, she whispered, Eri. Eri, he repeated, committing the name to memory. You're safe now. These people will help you heal. Her expression suggested profound skepticism, the natural response of someone whose entire experience with adults had been defined by exploitation and pain. But she didn't protest as the medical team continued their examination, her eyes returning to Izuku periodically as if confirming he remained present. The aftermath of the unauthorized rescue operation brought both commendation and reprimand. Night Eye, while acknowledging the successful extraction of the primary victim, expressed serious concerns about Izuku's disregard for operational protocols. Your actions, while ultimately successful, placed both yourself and our broader investigation at risk, the pro-hero stated during their debriefing session. We now have Overhaul on high alert, potentially accelerating their operations or destroying evidence before we can secure proper warrants. The girl was being actively harvested when I intervened, Izuku countered, his tone neutral but unapologetic. Delay would have resulted in additional trauma at minimum, potential death at worst. Night Eye's expression remained stern, but something in his gaze suggested understanding beneath the professional criticism. Your assessment may have been correct in this specific instance. However, hero work requires balancing immediate intervention against broader strategic objectives. Sometimes the hardest decision is knowing when not to act. The reprimand was formally noted in Izuku's internship evaluation, but accompanied by recognition of his exceptional situational awareness and commitment to victim protection. The mixed assessment reflected the complex reality of professional heroism, a system that valued both adherence to protocol and the moral courage to transcend it when circumstances demanded. More significant than any official evaluation, however, was the unexpected connection that formed between Izuku and the rescued child. Eri, whose quirk was eventually identified as rewind, the ability to reverse a person's physical state to a previous point in time, demonstrated severe trauma responses to most adults, but showed marginal comfort in Izuku's presence. The psychological assessment team theorized that his calm demeanor and direct intervention in her rescue had created a tentative association of safety, in contrast to the clinical abuse she had suffered at Overhaul's hands. She asks about you. Recovery Girl informed Izuku during a follow-up briefing on Eri's condition. Not by name, she doesn't seem to remember it, but she describes the white-haired man who wasn't afraid and wants to know when you'll return. The information created an unfamiliar response in Izuku, a sense of responsibility that extended beyond tactical considerations into something more fundamental, more human. Is visitation permitted? Recovery Girl studied him with experienced eyes, seemingly weighing factors beyond the simple question. Normally, we would limit exposure to maintain treatment consistency. However, in cases of severe trauma, positive associations can be therapeutically valuable. Limited, structured interactions might benefit her recovery process. Thus began a series of carefully monitored visits. Brief interactions where Izuku would simply sit with Eri, sometimes reading stories selected by her treatment team, other times merely providing a calm, consistent presence while she drew pictures or played with safe toys designed to encourage normal childhood development. During one such visit, approximately 3 weeks after her rescue, Eri spoke directly to him for the first time beyond single-word responses. "Are you a hero?" she asked, her small hands carefully coloring within the lines of a picture book provided by her caregivers. Izuku considered the question with more seriousness than he might have given anyone else. "I'm learning to be," he finally answered. Eri looked up from her coloring, studying him with eyes that held wisdom far beyond her years. "The heroes in the stories always know they're heroes," she observed. "They don't have to learn." "Stories simplify things," Izuku explained. "Real people are more complicated. Sometimes we become things we didn't expect to be." She seemed to consider this, returning to her coloring with careful focus. "Overhaul said I was a tool, not a person. Is that complicated too?" The question, delivered with the innocent directness of a child yet carrying the weight of profound abuse, struck Izuku deeply. "No," he replied, his voice soft but absolute. The dreams returned that night, fractured memories of lives long forgotten. Izuku stood motionless in his apartment, watching the sunrise break over the city skyline. Sleep was unnecessary for his immortal body, but the habit remained, a vestige of humanity he couldn't entirely shed. His phone buzzed. Mirko. "Turn on the news," she said without preamble. The emergency broadcast filled his screen, simultaneous attacks on multiple maximum security prisons across Japan. Tartarus, the most secure facility designed to hold the most dangerous villains, was breached. All available heroes are being mobilized, Mirko continued. This is coordinated, professional. All for one, Izuku stated simply. That's the working theory. I'm already en route to the southern facility. Hawks is coordinating aerial reconnaissance over Tartarus. Izuku considered the tactical situation. Tartarus holds the highest value targets. That's where the mastermind will be. Agreed. That's why I'm calling you specifically. The regular heroes can handle the diversionary attacks, but Tartarus requires someone willing to do what's necessary. Izuku finished. I'm on my way. He ended the call, retrieving Kurosha's from its stand. The familiar weight settled in his hand as comfortably as an extension of his body. After centuries of existence, few things remained constant. This weapon was one of them. As he departed, Izuku reflected on how much had changed in the months since Eri's rescue. The girl was recovering slowly under Yue's protection, gradually learning to trust adults again. His regular visits seemed to help, providing a stable presence amidst her psychological healing. But now, all that progress was threatened by All for One's latest move. The timing wasn't coincidental. The villain had been suspiciously quiet since Overhaul's operation was disrupted. Something significant had changed. Tartarus resembled a war zone when Izuku arrived. The massive facility's outer walls were breached in multiple locations, security systems disabled with surgical precision. Bodies of guards littered the approach. Some disintegrated to ash, others crushed by tremendous force. Hawks hovered above the main entrance, directing a team of support heroes to evacuate surviving personnel. His wings snapped to attention when he spotted Izuku. Midoriya. Main containment block is completely compromised. We've got at least 60 confirmed escapees, including multiple S-class threats. All Might and Endeavor are engaging a Nomu cluster on the east side. All for one? Hawk's expression darkened. Confirmed present, but something's different about him. The guards who survived reported that he looks younger. The implication wasn't lost on Izuku. The body transfer is complete then. He's taken Shigaraki as his vessel. That's our working theory. You're here because... I know why I'm here, Izuku interrupted, extending Kurosha's to its combat length. Contain the perimeter. I'll handle the interior cleanup. Hawk's expression betrayed momentary concern before professional focus reasserted itself. Just remember we need some of them alive for intelligence. Some, Izuku agreed with a cold smile. Not all. He moved through the facility with practiced efficiency, zero sign masking his presence as he assessed the situation. The prison's interior revealed systematic destruction. Cells opened not randomly, but according to a clear priority system. The most dangerous villains freed first, lesser criminals released as afterthoughts or distractions. The first group of escapees he encountered were heading toward the southern exit. 5 villains surrounding a massive brute with exposed brain tissue. Another Nomu, though less refined than those he'd encountered previously. Izuku dropped zero sign, allowing his presence to register. The villains froze momentarily, recognition dawning in their eyes. It's the immortal from UA, one whispered, fear evident in his voice. There's 5 of us and only one of him. Another countered, generating electrical energy between his palms. And we've got the Nomu, Izuku sighed. Why do they always choose the hard way? The fight, if it could be called that, lasted less than 30 seconds. Kurosha's extended with blinding speed, shattering the electrical villain's knee before he could discharge his attack. As the man collapsed screaming, Izuku was already moving, flowing between the remaining villains with inhuman grace. Physical hunt, he murmured, his hand connecting with the Nomu's exposed brain. The creature convulsed as Izuku absorbed a portion of its tremendous strength, channeling the energy into his next attack. The remaining villains never stood a chance. One tried to flee, only to find Kurosha's wrapped around his throat, crushing his windpipe with calculated precision. Another launched a desperate assault with a blade-generating quirk, creating daggers from his skin that shattered harmlessly against Izuku's immortal body. When the brief violence ended, only one villain remained conscious, the electrical quirk user, immobilized by his shattered knee. Tartarus security protocols, Izuku stated calmly, crouching beside the terrified man. Override codes, exit routes, coordination signals. Tell me everything. I don't know anything, the villain protested. We were just told to follow the Nomu to the extraction point. By whom? A warp gate user, not Kurogiri, someone new, said All for One had plans for those willing to join his new order. Izuku absorbed this information, considering its implications. Where is the extraction point? The villain hesitated, weighing his options. Izuku placed his hand gently on the man's shattered knee. Physical hunt can work in reverse, he explained conversationally. Instead of absorbing energy, I can transfer pain. Would you like a demonstration? The extraction point's coordinates came quickly after that. Moving deeper into the facility, Izuku encountered increasing resistance. More Nomus, more coordinated villain groups. Each confrontation ended the same way, with Izuku standing amidst bodies, accumulating power through physical hunt, while leaving strategic survivors for intelligence gathering. The prison's central control hub revealed the true extent of the operation. Security monitors showed coordinated breakouts at 5 separate facilities, all occurring within the same 15-minute window. This wasn't merely an escape attempt, it was a recruitment drive on an unprecedented scale. A notification flashed across the main security screen. Special Containment Wing Breach, primary asset missing. Izuku accessed the system, pulling up containment records. The primary asset designation belonged to only one prisoner, All for One himself. But according to the timestamp, his cell had been opened from the inside, not externally breached like the others. He orchestrated this from within, Izuku realized. The body transfer wasn't just about survival. It gave him access to Shigaraki's decay quirk. The facility's communication system crackled to life, a voice emanating from the speakers that sent chills through even Izuku's immortal form. Smooth, cultured, yet underlined with malevolent authority. To all those who have accepted my invitation to freedom, All for One's voice announced. Proceed to your designated extraction points. Your service will be rewarded with power beyond imagination. To those who would oppose us, this demonstration is merely the beginning. Izuku traced the broadcast source to the prison's rooftop helipad. With determined purpose, he moved toward the confrontation he had anticipated since learning of All for One's continued existence. The rooftop revealed a scene of calculated chaos. A dozen high-value villains surrounded a central figure, youthful in appearance but carrying himself with ancient confidence. Tamura Shigaraki's body, now occupied by All for One's consciousness, stood at the center of the gathering, directing operations with calm authority. Extraction Team 3 proceed to the secondary location, he was instructing when Izuku emerged onto the rooftop. Coordinate with, we have a guest. All for One turned, Shigaraki's face twisting into an expression of genuine pleasure. Midoriya Izuku, the immortal hero of UA. I've been looking forward to meeting you properly. Izuku assessed his opponent with cold calculation. Physically, the fusion of All for One and Shigaraki appeared stronger than either had been individually. The body moved with fluid grace despite the tremendous power it contained, suggesting complete integration rather than possession. You've gone to considerable trouble, Izuku observed. Kurochas extended but held casually at his side. All this for a new body? All for One smiled, the expression unsettling on Shigaraki's features. A necessary evolution. My previous vessel was failing, and young Tamura had such potential. Though I must confess, you were actually my preferred candidate. The revelation wasn't entirely surprising, but the confirmation sent ripples of disgust through Izuku. Is that why the League targeted UA specifically? Precisely. An immortal body with your particular abilities would have made an ideal vessel. Unfortunately, your resistance proved more formidable than anticipated, forcing this compromise. He gestured to Shigaraki's body. Still, there are advantages to this arrangement. My grandson's hatred provides excellent motivation. The surrounding villains had formed a defensive perimeter, awaiting orders. All for One gestured casually. Eliminate the hero. I have other matters requiring attention. What followed was slaughter, pure and simple. The villains, despite their individual powers and reputations, faced an opponent beyond conventional limitations. Izuku moved through their ranks with methodical precision, Kurochas extending and contracting as he systematically disabled or eliminated each threat. Hunter Fest, he declared, absorbing power from multiple sources simultaneously. His body glowed with accumulated energy as he channeled it into devastating attacks, breaking bodies and absorbing quirks with each contact. A villain with stone-generating abilities managed to encase Izuku briefly in granite, only to watch in horror as the immortal hero simply absorbed the material's structural integrity, causing it to crumble. Another attempted a mental assault, using a psychic quirk to induce hallucinations. Izuku's response was to physically locate the man through the mental connection and drive Korishas through his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Throughout the carnage, All for One observed with academic interest, making no move to either assist his followers or escape. When the last villain fell, a woman whose acid quirk had dissolved Izuku's clothing but failed to penetrate his regenerating skin, the ancient villain actually applauded. "Magnificent," he commented. "Such efficiency. Such commitment to your objective. You would have made a splendid successor." Izuku advanced toward him, body still glowing with absorbed power. "This ends now." "On the contrary," All for One replied, raising his hand as a warp gate materialized behind him. "This is merely beginning. We'll meet again, immortal, when I've finished gathering what I need." Before Izuku could close the distance, All for One stepped backward into the portal. His final words hung in the air. "Give my regards to Eri. Such a fascinating quirk she has, one that might prove quite useful to someone with your condition." The threat toward Eri triggered something primal in Izuku. He launched himself toward the closing portal with immortal speed, some Korishus extended to its maximum reach. The weapon's tip penetrated the gateway just as it collapsed, slicing through empty space where All for One had stood seconds before. Izuku stood motionless, processing the encounter and its implications. All for One hadn't simply escaped. He had orchestrated this entire scenario as a demonstration, a message to both allies and enemies. And his parting words about Eri weren't random. They were calculated to provoke exactly the reaction Izuku had shown. The rooftop door burst open as Hawks and a team of heroes emerged, prepared for combat. They froze at the scene before them, Izuku standing amidst dozens of incapacitated or dead villains, his clothing partially dissolved, body still glowing with residual Hunter-Fest energy. All for One escaped, Izuku stated flatly, through a warp gate. He's completed the body transfer to Shigaraki. Hawks surveyed the carnage with professional detachment. And these? The ones still breathing have tactical value. The others made poor choices. No one commented on the bodies. No one needed to. In the face of a prison break of this magnitude, conventional hero protocols had been temporarily suspended. Izuku's methods, while extreme, had contained what could have been an exponentially worse situation. As heroes secured the surviving villains for interrogation, Hawks approached Izuku privately. The other facilities report similar situations. Mass casualties, but most of the escapees were either eliminated or recaptured. Most isn't all, Izuku noted. How many got away? Hawk's expression tightened. Current estimate is between 40 and 60 high-value targets across all facilities, plus whatever regular criminals escaped in the confusion. He's building an army. That's our assessment as well. The question is, for what purpose? Izuku recalled All for One's parting words. He mentioned Eri specifically. Her rewind quirk interests him. Hawk's eyes widened slightly. That's concerning. We'll increase security around UA immediately. Not good enough, Izuku countered. She needs to be moved to a secure location known only to essential personnel, somewhere All for One wouldn't think to look. Do you have somewhere in mind? Izuku nodded. As a matter of fact, I do. The safe house was one of Izuku's personal properties, a mountain cabin purchased decades ago under an identity long forgotten by official records. Remote, defensible, and equipped with both modern security systems and ancient protections from his extended lifetime. Mirko surveyed the location with professional approval. Isolated enough to prevent accidental discovery, close enough to civilization for emergency response if needed. Good sightlines, multiple escape routes. Eri, who had been quiet during the journey, explored the cabin's main room with cautious curiosity. The trauma of her time with Overhaul had left deep psychological scars, but her resilience continued to surprise her caretakers. After ensuring the girl was occupied with books Izuku had specifically selected, Mirko pulled him aside. "You're genuinely worried," she observed. "That's not common for you." Izuku's expression remained neutral, but his eyes betrayed his concern. All for One specifically threatened her. That's not random. He knows her quirk could be valuable to him. Rewind could allow him to reverse physical degradation from incompatible quirks, Mirko reasoned, following the tactical implications, or theoretically restore quirks he's previously given away. Precisely. But I think his interest might be more specific. Izuku lowered his voice further. Eri's power could potentially affect even me. The implication wasn't lost on Mirko. You think he wants to use her to make you vulnerable? To remove your immortality? It's a possibility, one I can't dismiss. Mirko studied him with sudden intensity. Would you want that? To be mortal again? The question caught Izuku off guard, not because he hadn't considered it, but because he had, extensively since discovering Eri's power. Before he could formulate a response, his phone alerted him to an emergency communication. Midoriya, Hawk's voice came through, tense with urgency. We have a situation. International heroes are inbound to Japanese airspace, led by America's #1. Star and Stripe, Izuku identified immediately. Why the sudden interest? The prison break has triggered international security protocols. The Americans are concerned that All for One's activities might have global implications. They're sending their best as a goodwill gesture to assist with containment and recapture. The subtext was clear. This wasn't just assistance, it was intervention. Japan's hero system had suffered a catastrophic security failure, and international powers were responding accordingly. When do they arrive? 6 hours. The Hero Commission is assembling a welcome committee. They want you there. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Me specifically? Apparently, Star requested you by name. Your reputation has spread internationally since the sports festival footage went viral. After ending the call, Izuku turned to find Mirko watching him with an unreadable expression. Star and Stripe requested you personally, she stated flatly. Apparently. America's top hero, known for her exceptional power and beauty, specifically asked for you. Mirko's tone remained carefully neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. Izuku studied her reaction with newfound interest. Does that concern you? Professionally? No. She's a powerful ally at a time when we need all the help we can get. Mirko crossed her arms. Personally, I don't like others encroaching on my territory. The possessive statement hung between them, neither acknowledging nor dismissing its significance. Their relationship had evolved beyond professional partnership, beyond even friendship, into something neither had formally defined. This was the closest either had come to explicit acknowledgement. I should prepare for the meeting, Izuku said finally. Will you stay with Eri? Mirko nodded, her expression softening as she glanced toward the girl. Of course, no one's getting past me. As Izuku prepared to depart, Eri approached him hesitantly, a book clutched to her chest. Are you leaving because of the bad man? She asked. Izuku crouched to her level, something he did instinctively with her despite rarely adjusting his posture for others. I'm leaving to meet people who will help us stop the bad man. Mirko will stay with you. Eri considered this with the seriousness only a traumatized child could muster. Will you come back? Always, Izuku promised, the word carrying weight beyond its simple meaning. In his centuries of existence, he had learned to be sparing with promises. This one, he knew with absolute certainty he would keep regardless of cost. The international delegation arrived with calculated spectacle. 5 supersonic jets in formation, American flags prominently displayed. The Hero Commission had assembled Japan's top heroes as a reception committee, a show of strength masking the recent security catastrophe. Star and Stripe descended from the lead aircraft alone, her costume a streamlined version of the American flag, power radiating from her with each step. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a physique that combined beauty and raw strength, she commanded attention effortlessly. Welcome to Japan, the Hero Commission president began formally. On behalf of... Let's skip the diplomacy, Star interrupted, her voice carrying natural authority. Buff, we're here because your containment protocols failed catastrophically, releasing dozens of international-level threats into the wild. Her eyes scanned the assembled heroes until they found Izuku. You must be Midoriya, the immortal. Izuku stepped forward, meeting her gaze directly. I am. Walk with me, she commanded, already moving away from the formal reception. The rest of my team will handle the official briefings. As they moved out of earshot from the others, Star's demeanor shifted subtly, still professional but less performative. I've studied your combat footage extensively. Your abilities are unique. As are yours, Izuku acknowledged. New Order is perhaps the most versatile quirk in recorded history. She smiled slightly. You've done your homework. Good. Then you understand why I requested you specifically. I have theories. All for One wants my quirk, she stated bluntly. Intelligence suggests it's his primary objective now that he's secured a stable vessel. With New Order, he could potentially rewrite reality itself. Izuku processed this with growing concern. That aligns with his parting message during our encounter. He mentioned gathering what he needs. Exactly. We believe he's assembling specific quirks for a larger objective, some final evolution of his power. My presence here is bait, drawing him out before he's fully prepared. A dangerous strategy, Izuku observed. Less dangerous with you involved. Star studied him openly. Your immortality and power absorption abilities make you uniquely equipped to counter his quirk-stealing capability. In essence, you're my insurance policy. The tactical assessment was sound, if coldly pragmatic. And if he succeeds in taking your quirk despite our precautions? Star's expression hardened. Then you'll be tasked with eliminating me immediately before he can fully integrate New Order into his arsenal. I've already authorized this contingency with your government. The casual discussion of her potential death revealed volumes about Star's character, a pragmatism that matched Izuku's own, prioritizing mission success over personal survival. It was, he realized, why she had requested him specifically. Few heroes would agree to such a contingency without hesitation. Understood, he acknowledged simply. Their conversation was interrupted by an emergency alert simultaneously transmitted to both their communication devices. Hawk's voice came through, tense with urgency. Multiple villain signatures detected in Kanagawa Prefecture. Energy patterns consistent with previously escaped prisoners, plus additional unknown hostiles. Civilian casualties confirmed. Star was already moving toward her team. How far? 30 kilometers from your current position, Hawks replied. We have heroes responding, but the situation is escalating rapidly. Izuku exchanged a glance with Star. Trap? Almost certainly, she agreed, but one we can't ignore. Within minutes, they were airborne. Star using New Order to grant herself supersonic flight capabilities, Izuku transported by one of her support team with similar aerial abilities. The battlefield came into view below them, a commercial district transformed into a war zone, buildings ablaze, civilians fleeing in terror. At the center of the destruction stood a cluster of villains Izuku recognized from the Tartarus escape, high-value targets who had evaded capture during the initial response. They were systematically destroying infrastructure while herding civilians into contained areas. Classic hostage scenario, Star assessed. They're establishing control points to limit our approach options. Izuku scanned the battlefield, identifying something more concerning. The pattern of destruction is too precise. They're not causing random damage, they're creating a specific configuration. Star followed his gaze, recognition dawning. It's a summoning circle. They're preparing for something. Before they could adjust their approach, a massive warp gate materialized at the center of the destruction. The figure that emerged confirmed their worst suspicions, all for one, now fully integrated with Shigaraki's body, surrounded by an aura of palpable malevolence. Star and Stripe, he called out, his voice carrying unnaturally across the battlefield. America's greatest hero. I'm honored by your presence. Star descended toward him, positioning herself between the villain and the clustered civilians. Surrender now, you're outnumbered and outmatched. All for one laughed, the sound chilling in its genuine amusement. Am I? Let's test that theory. He raised his hand, activating multiple quirks simultaneously. The ground beneath Star liquefied while the air around her ignited, a combination attack designed to destabilize her position while maximizing damage. New Order, Star declared, touching herself. I cannot be affected by external temperature changes. The flames surrounding her immediately extinguished, unable to heat her invulnerable body. Touching the ground beneath her, she continued, the ground within 50 meters becomes solid and stable. The liquefied earth immediately reformed, creating a solid platform beneath her feet. The display of New Order's versatility was impressive, but Izuku noticed what Star had missed. All for One wasn't attacking at full capacity. He was testing her responses, cataloging the applications and limitations of her quirk through direct observation. Izuku didn't hesitate. Activating Hunterfest, he absorbed energy from the surrounding battle zone, his body glowing with accumulated power as he launched himself directly at All for One. Kurosha's extended to its maximum reach, aiming for the villain's center mass. All for One shifted at the last possible moment, Kurosha slicing through his outer garment, but missing vital areas. His counterattack combined multiple quirks, a bone-spearing projection followed by a concussive force wave, both aimed with precision at Izuku's approaching form. Izuku allowed the attacks to connect, his immortal body absorbing the damage while he maintained his trajectory. Physical Hunt activated on contact, attempting to drain the villain's accumulated power. Fascinating, All for One commented as energy transferred between them. Your absorption works even against multiple quirks simultaneously. But can it handle this? The villain activated a new ability, one Izuku hadn't encountered before. Rather than external manifestation, this quirk created internal disruption, attempting to scramble Izuku's cellular structure from within. Even his immortal physiology momentarily destabilized, forcing him to release the physical Hunt connection and retreat. Star seized the opening, launching a devastating combination of attacks. New order, she declared, touching a nearby vehicle. This car becomes a heat-seeking missile targeting All for One. The vehicle transformed instantly, launching itself toward the villain with impossible speed. While All for One evaded the improvised missile, Star continued her assault. New order. The air around All for One becomes solid for 10 seconds. The atmosphere itself solidified, creating an immobilizing prison around the villain. For a moment, it appeared the combined strategy had succeeded. All for One remained trapped in the solidified air, unable to move or utilize most physical quirks. But his expression showed no concern, only calculated patience. As the 10-second limitation approached, Izuku realized the villain's strategy too late. Star! Retreat! He's counting down your limitation period. The warning came just as the air prison dissipated. All for One moved with impossible speed, crossing the distance to Star in a blur of motion. His hand connected with her face, fingers spread across her skin. Quirk extraction, he declared, activating his original defining ability. Star's body convulsed as her quirk began transferring to All for One. The process was visibly excruciating, her tremendous power resisting the forced extraction. New order, she gasped through the pain. My quirk cannot be stolen by All for One. A paradoxical energy surge erupted between them, her new order command directly contradicting his extraction ability. The resulting feedback created a shockwave that separated them, sending both staggering backward. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity. Moving with Hunterfest enhanced speed, he positioned himself between Star and All for One, Kurosha spinning defensively. Physical Hunt, he declared, extending his absorption field to encompass the destabilized villain. The combined assault, Star's new order resistance followed immediately by Izuku's energy drain, created a momentary vulnerability in All for One's defenses. For the first time, the ancient villain showed genuine concern as multiple quirks he'd accumulated began transferring to Izuku simultaneously. Impossible, All for One hissed, attempting to break the connection. No one can absorb this many abilities at once. Izuku's body glowed with increasing intensity as he channeled the tremendous influx of power. I'm not absorbing the quirks themselves, he clarified through gritted teeth, just their active energy. It's a temporary transfer, but enough to level the playing field. With a final surge of effort, All for One broke the connection, retreating to a defensive position. His expression had changed, the casual confidence replaced by calculating reassessment. This encounter has been educational, he conceded, but I've confirmed what I needed to know. Before either hero could press their advantage, multiple warp gates opened around the battlefield. The escaped villains who had been maintaining the destruction pattern disappeared through them, followed by All for One himself. His parting words hung in the air. Next time, Star and Stripe, there will be no interruptions. And Midoriya, I suggest you check on your little ward. Distractions can be so dangerous. The gates closed, leaving behind devastated infrastructure and injured civilians, but no active threats. Star immediately coordinated recovery efforts, dispatching her team to assist local heroes with rescue operations. Meanwhile, Izuku attempted to contact the safe house, growing increasingly concerned when neither Mirko nor the security systems responded. "Go," Star told him, recognizing his distraction. "My team can handle this. If he's targeting the girl, that takes priority." Izuku didn't need further permission. Maintaining Hunterfest for enhanced speed, he headed toward the mountain's safe house, dread building with each passing minute of communication silence. The scene that greeted him confirmed his worst fears. The safe house's perimeter had been breached, security systems disabled with precision. Inside, evidence of a tremendous struggle, walls shattered, furniture destroyed, impact craters in reinforced surfaces. Mirko had not surrendered without a fight. Following the trail of destruction, Izuku found her in the cabin's reinforced basement, alive but severely injured, her hero costume torn and bloodied, right arm bent at an unnatural angle. "Izuku," she managed through swollen lips. "They took her. I couldn't." "Save your strength," he interrupted, carefully assessing her injuries. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, concussion, serious but not immediately life-threatening. "Who took her? How many?" "Not villains." Mirko struggled to explain. "Heroes, American support team, led by someone who looked like you." The information struck Izuku like a physical blow. "Someone who looked like me?" Mirko nodded weakly, said he was securing the asset, had all the right verification codes. "I only realized something was wrong when..." She gestured to her injuries. Too late. Izuku's mind raced through the implications. All for One's parting statement hadn't been a threat. It had been a distraction, keeping him focused on the safe house while the real operation targeted Eri directly. And the mention of someone who looked like him suggested a specific quirk, one capable of perfect mimicry. Twice, he realized aloud. All for One has recruited twice. The villain's quirk allowed him to create perfect duplicates of anyone he'd seen, including, apparently, Izuku himself. Combined with inside information about security protocols, the deception would have been nearly perfect. After ensuring Mirko was stabilized and medical assistance was en route, Izuku contacted Star directly. "We have a situation. Eri has been abducted by what appears to be members of your support team." Her response was immediate and concerned. "Impossible. My entire team has been with me continuously since the battle." "Then we're dealing with duplicates. Twice as clones specifically, disguised as your personnel." There was a moment of silence as Star processed this information. "This was a diversion," she concluded. "The entire attack was staged to draw us out while they secured their actual objective." "Precisely. And now All for One has both Eri and the knowledge of how your quirk resists his extraction ability." "Not for long." Star's voice hardened with resolve. "I'm dispatching my actual team to your location. We'll coordinate a response." Izuku ended the call, returning to Mirko's side as medical heroes arrived to treat her injuries. Her condition had stabilized, but the psychological impact was clear in her eyes. The professional hero unaccustomed to failure, especially when it involved protecting someone vulnerable. "I'll find her," Izuku promised, his voice carrying deadly certainty, "and anyone involved will regret their decision." Mirko grabbed his wrist with surprising strength despite her injuries. "Not alone," she insisted. "When I can stand, we go together." The request? No. The demand reflected their evolving relationship. This wasn't just professional partnership anymore. It was something deeper, something neither had fully articulated but both increasingly acknowledged. Together, Izuku agreed, the single word carrying weight beyond its simple meaning. As medical heroes prepared Mirko for transport, Izuku stepped outside to clear his thoughts. The mountain air carried no trace of the violence that had occurred, nature indifferent to human struggles as it had been throughout his centuries of existence. His phone alerted him to an incoming call. Hawks, his voice tense with urgency. "We've located them," the winged hero reported without preamble. "Warehouse district in Yokohama, heavy villain presence confirmed. Thermal imaging shows approximately 40 individuals, plus anomalous energy signatures consistent with Nomu experimentation." "Eri?" "Confirmed present." Biometric monitoring picked up her unique signature. "She appears to be contained in a central chamber, heavily guarded." Izuku processed this information with cold precision. "Extraction plan?" "That's complicated," Hawks admitted. The Hero Commission is advocating for a coordinated assault, multiple teams approaching simultaneously to overwhelm defenses. Standard protocol for hostage situations. But All for One is expecting exactly that. He's positioned his forces specifically to counter standard hero tactics. A frontal assault would result in unacceptable casualties, both hero and civilian. Izuku had already reached the same conclusion. We need an alternative approach. That's why I'm calling you directly, Hawks confirmed. Your abilities offer options outside conventional protocols. The Commission won't officially sanction anything extreme, but they're prepared to look the other way if it produces results. The implication was clear. Izuku was being given unofficial permission to utilize methods beyond standard hero parameters. Methods that might include lethal force, destruction of property, and other actions typically prohibited by hero regulations. Understood, Izuku acknowledged. Coordinate with Star and Stripe for perimeter containment. Ensure her team is verified as genuine, not twice duplicates. I'll handle the central extraction. Alone? Hawks questioned, professional concern evident in his voice. Izuku glanced back at the medical heroes loading Mirko into a transport vehicle. Not entirely. I'll have backup. As he ended the call, Izuku allowed himself a moment of unusual emotional acknowledgement. Aries' abduction had affected him more deeply than expected, triggering protective instincts he'd thought long buried beneath centuries of detachment. The girl had somehow penetrated his carefully maintained distance, becoming someone he genuinely cared about beyond tactical considerations. It was a vulnerability, one All for One had clearly identified and exploited, but it was also a strength, providing motivation beyond mere professional obligation. For the first time in longer than he could remember, Izuku found himself experiencing something he'd nearly forgotten: righteous anger. Not the cold calculation of tactical response, but genuine emotional investment in the outcome. All for One had made a fundamental miscalculation. He had mistaken Izuku's evolving humanity for weakness, not recognizing that it had simply given the immortal hero something worth fighting for. And that made him infinitely more dangerous. The warehouse district loomed ahead, industrial buildings silhouetted against the night sky. Conventional hero teams had established a perimeter, maintaining surveillance while awaiting coordination for the full assault. Star and Stripe's American contingent had positioned themselves strategically to provide support once the operation commenced. Izuku moved through the shadows, zero sign active as he approached the central facility. Intelligence had confirmed Ares' location in a reinforced chamber at the building's core, surrounded by multiple security layers and guard rotations. All for One himself remained present, apparently overseeing whatever procedure was planned for the girl's quirk. I'm in position, Hawk's voice came through the secure communication channel. Aerial surveillance confirms 47 hostiles, primarily concentrated around the central chamber. No sign of twice duplicates currently, but thermal imaging can't distinguish them from originals. Understood, Izuku acknowledged. Commence distraction protocols on my signal. His approach route had been carefully selected to bypass conventional security measures. Rather than attempting to penetrate the ground floor with its concentrated defenses, Izuku planned to access the facility through its least guarded point, the roof, which villains typically considered secure due to height limitations. Such limitations didn't apply to someone with Hunterfest active. With the absorbed power of dozens of previous confrontations still circulating through his system, Izuku launched himself upward in a single bound, clearing the 5-story height easily and landing silently on the rooftop. The few guards stationed there never registered his presence, zero sign masking him completely as he systematically incapacitated each one with precise strikes to pressure points. The roof access door featured multiple security systems, electronic locks, quirk detection barriers, and physical reinforcement. Izuku bypassed them all by simply removing a section of the surrounding wall, Korichas cutting through reinforced concrete with minimal resistance. Breach successful, he reported quietly. Initiating internal infiltration. Commence distraction in 30 seconds. As he moved through the upper levels, Izuku encountered increasing security, automated systems and villain guards, all positioned to defend against conventional hero assault routes. Zero sign allowed him to avoid most confrontations, though occasional elimination of obstacles became necessary. These he handled with silent efficiency. No alarms raised, no alerts triggered. The first indication that his presence had been detected came 3 levels down. A voice echoed through the facility's communication system, cultured, amused, and unmistakable. Midoriya Izuku, all for one, announced, "So predictable in your unpredictability. Did you really believe I wouldn't anticipate your approach?" Security doors slammed shut throughout the facility. Isolation protocols activating simultaneously. This is best. The distraction at the perimeter, carefully timed explosions and hero movements designed to draw attention, had been completely ignored. "Your heroic colleagues are performing admirably," All for One continued. "But I'm afraid their efforts are wasted. This facility was designed specifically with you in mind. Each layer, each security measure, calibrated to your particular abilities." Izuku abandons stealth, Hunter Fest activating at maximum capacity as he smashed through the security doors separating him from the central chamber. The villain guards he encountered offered minimal resistance, dispatched with brutal efficiency as he carved a direct path downward. "Such violence," All for One commented through the speakers, genuine appreciation in his voice. "Such commitment to your objective. It's why you would have made a perfect vessel." Reaching the final security door, a massive reinforced barrier separating him from the central chamber, Izuku paused momentarily. Beyond this point would be All for One himself, likely surrounded by his most powerful associates and whatever apparatus he had prepared for Ares' quirk extraction. "Physical hunt, total release," Izuku declared, initiating the technique that had proven effective during their previous encounter. Energy flowed into him from throughout the facility, his body glowing with accumulated power as he channeled it into a single devastating strike against the barrier. The door shattered inward, fragments spraying across the central chamber as Izuku entered. The scene confirmed his worst fears. Ares strapped to a medical apparatus, surrounded by scientific equipment clearly designed for quirk experimentation. All for One stood beside her, one hand resting almost gently on her head. "Right on schedule," the villain commented, appearing completely unsurprised by Izuku's entrance. "Though I expected you approximately 43 seconds earlier. You're slipping." "Release her," Izuku demanded, Kurashas extended and humming with absorbed energy. All for One smiled, the expression unsettling on Shigaraki's features. "Of course, she served her purpose." He removed his hand from Ares' head, stepping away from the apparatus with deliberate casualness. "The extraction is already complete." Izuku advanced cautiously, senses alert for hidden threats. The chamber contained only All for One himself. No guards, no additional villains, not even Nomus. The absence of expected resistance was more concerning than their presence would have been. "What have you done to her?" Izuku demanded, noting Ares' unconscious state. "Nothing permanent," All for One assured him. "Simply borrowed some of her remarkable power. The process was non-invasive. Her quirk factor remains intact, merely sampled." Reaching Ares' side, Izuku quickly assessed her condition while maintaining awareness of All for One's position. The girl appeared physically unharmed, her vital signs stable, though her quirk energy showed signs of recent activation. "You're wondering why I'm allowing this rescue to proceed so easily," All for One observed, making no move to prevent Izuku from releasing Eri from the apparatus. "Why the elaborate security was apparently so easily breached. Why I stand here alone, without protection." The thought had occurred, Izuku acknowledged, carefully lifting Ares' unconscious form. All for One spread his hands in a gesture of apparent openness. "Because this confrontation was inevitable, but the time isn't right. Not yet. Today was merely preparation." "For what? Evolution." All for One's eyes gleamed with genuine excitement. "Ares Rewind, combined with certain other quirks I've acquired, will allow me to perfect this vessel, to create something beyond what either Shigaraki or myself could achieve independently." Izuku shifted Ares securely against his chest. Kurashas still extended defensively. "And you're simply going to let us leave?" "For now," All for One confirmed. "Consider it an investment in future entertainment. Heroes are so much more interesting when they have something to protect, something to lose. It makes your inevitable defeat so much more satisfying." The casual dismissal, the absolute confidence in eventual victory, would have seemed like typical villain bravado from anyone else. From All for One, with his centuries of existence and accumulated power, it carried disturbing credibility. "There won't be a next time," Izuku stated, backing toward the exit with Eri. "This ends now." Moving with Hunterfest-enhanced speed, he launched himself directly at All for One. Kurochaus aimed at the villain's throat. It was a calculated risk, attempting to eliminate the threat while the opportunity presented itself, despite the suspicious ease of the situation. All for One didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, he simply raised his hand, activating a quirk Izuku hadn't encountered before. "Rewind," he stated calmly. The effect was immediate and shocking. Izuku's attack, his momentum, his very position in space, all reverted to where he had been seconds earlier, standing near the exit with Eri in his arms. "A sample of the girl's power," All for One explained, seemingly pleased by Izuku's surprise. "Limited in scope and duration, but sufficient for demonstration purposes. Imagine what I'll achieve once I've fully integrated it." The implications were staggering. All for One had not only extracted a portion of Eri's quirk, but had already gained enough control to deploy it tactically. Combined with his existing arsenal, it created defensive capabilities that even Izuku's immortality might struggle to overcome. Strategic assessment replaced immediate combat instinct. Eri's safety took priority over confrontation, particularly given the uncertain parameters of All for One's new capabilities. Retreat was the optimal choice, however, unsatisfying. "This isn't victory," Izuku stated, moving toward the exit once more. "Merely postponement." "Semantics," All for One replied with a dismissive wave. "Give my regards to Star and Stripe. Her time approaches rapidly." The ominous prediction hung in the air as Izuku departed with Eri, encountering no resistance from the remaining villains throughout the facility. They simply watched his exit, making no move to intervene, clearly operating under orders to allow the retreat. Outside, the hero perimeter had transformed into a staging area for full assault. Star and Stripe's team stood ready alongside Japan's top heroes, prepared for a confrontation that now appeared unnecessary. "Midoriya!" Hawks called out, spotting him emerging with Eri. "Status?" "Target secured," Izuku reported, transferring Eri to waiting medical personnel. "Facility is compromised but contains minimal resistance. All for One is inside, apparently alone." Star approached, her expression shifting from battle readiness to concern. "Trap?" "Almost certainly," Izuku confirmed. He allowed the extraction deliberately. This entire scenario was orchestrated for a specific purpose. Before further discussion could develop, multiple massive explosions erupted throughout the warehouse district, buildings collapsing in coordinated detonations that sent heroes scrambling for cover. The central facility where All for One had been standing moments earlier imploded with particular violence, collapsing inward before erupting in a fireball visible for kilometers. "Self-destruct protocols," Hawks assessed grimly, destroying evidence and creating chaos simultaneously. As heroes mobilized to contain the destruction and search for survivors, Izuku remained with Eri, who had begun stirring toward consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, focusing on his face with immediate recognition. "You came," she whispered, the simple statement carrying profound relief. "Always," Izuku replied, the promise reinforced by action. Medical assessment confirmed Izuku's initial observation. Eri was physically unharmed, her quirk factor diminished but intact, suggesting temporary extraction rather than permanent damage. The psychological impact of another abduction, however, would require careful attention during her recovery. Star approached as the medical team prepared to transport Eri to a secure facility. "The girl is safe. That's the priority," she acknowledged. "But All for One's escape complicates our situation significantly." "He mentioned you specifically," Izuku informed her. "Said, your time approaches rapidly." Star's expression hardened. He still wants new order. The question is whether today's events have accelerated or delayed his timeline. "Accelerated," Izuku assessed confidently. He obtained what he wanted from Eri, a sample of her rewind quirk. Combined with his existing abilities, it creates new offensive and defensive options he didn't previously possess. Which means his next move will come sooner rather than later, Star concluded. We need to prepare accordingly. As emergency operations continued around them, Izuku found himself drawn back to Mirko. Her injuries had been treated at a nearby medical facility, and reports indicated stable condition with expected full recovery. The professional assessment didn't address what Izuku knew she would be experiencing, the psychological impact of failure, of being overcome while protecting someone vulnerable. "Go to her," Star said, noticing his distraction. "My team will coordinate containment and evidence collection. The villain's next move won't come immediately. He'll need time to fully integrate whatever he took from the girl." With Eri secure in medical transport and hero operations well established, Izuku departed for the hospital where Mirko was recovering. The events of the day had reinforced something he'd been gradually acknowledging, his growing emotional investment not just in outcomes, but in specific people. Eri, Mirko, a select few others who had somehow penetrated his centuries-old detachment. It wasn't weakness, he decided as he approached the hospital. It was evolution, adaptation to changing circumstances, the development of connections that provided purpose beyond mere survival. And perhaps, after countless lifetimes of existence, purpose was what he had been missing all along. The hospital room was private, secure, and unusually quiet for a facility treating multiple hero injuries. Mirko sat upright in the bed, her right arm immobilized in a medical cast, numerous bandages visible beneath her hospital gown. Her expression shifted from frustrated boredom to alert attention as Izuku entered. "Eri?" she asked immediately, prioritizing the mission outcome over her own condition. "Safe," Izuku confirmed. "Currently under medical observation, but physically unharmed." Relief washed over Mirko's features before hardening into professional assessment. "All for one?" Escaped after obtaining a sample of Eri's quirk. The entire operation was designed specifically for that purpose, the abduction, the facility, even allowing her rescue afterward. Mirko processed this information with the tactical mind that had made her a top hero. So he got what he wanted. What's his next move? "Star and Stripe," Izuku replied, taking a seat beside her bed. He made that clear during our encounter. With Eri's quirk partially integrated into his arsenal, he'll move against New Order next. And we're just waiting for that to happen. Frustration colored Mirko's voice, the active hero unaccustomed to defensive positioning. Not waiting, preparing. Izuku studied her with unusual openness. "How are you?" The simple question caught her off guard. Their relationship, while evolved beyond professional parameters, rarely included direct inquiry into emotional states. Such concerns were typically communicated through action rather than words. Physically, 3 fractured ribs, dislocated shoulder, compound fracture of the ulna, various contusions. Recovery time estimated at 3 weeks with accelerated healing, quirk assistance. She recited the medical assessment clinically before adding, "Mentally, pissed off." Izuku nodded, understanding the layers beneath her anger. "It wasn't your fault. I let them take her," Mirko countered, eyes flashing. "I failed." "You faced a coordinated attack by opponents specifically selected to counter your abilities, using inside information about security protocols while believing they were allies. No one could have prevailed under those circumstances." His logical assessment did little to soothe her professional pride. "I should have recognized the deception earlier. There were signs." "There always are, in retrospect," Izuku acknowledged. "But the fact remains, Eri is safe now, and you'll recover fully. The mission continues." Mirko studied him with sudden intensity. "You've changed since this started, since Eri." The observation was accurate but incomplete. "Since before that," Izuku corrected. "Since you." The admission hung between them, neither fully embracing nor retreating from its implications. Their relationship had evolved organically, without formal declarations or defined parameters, into something neither had anticipated when Mirko first recruited the immortal thief for UA. "This changes things," Mirko finally said. "All for one targeting Eri specifically, extracting her quirk. He's identified our vulnerabilities." "Not vulnerabilities," Izuku countered. "Strengths, connections, things worth protecting." Mirko's expression softened marginally. When did the immortal cynic become so philosophical? Before Izuku could respond, his communication device alerted him to an emergency transmission. Star's voice came through, tense with urgency. "All for one has been located. Multiple villain signatures detected approaching Tokyo Bay area. Energy patterns consistent with Nomu evolution plus additional unknown factors. All available heroes are being mobilized." Izuku exchanged a glance with Mirko, who was already attempting to rise from her hospital bed despite her injuries. "Don't even think about it," he warned. "You're in no condition for combat." "The hell I'm not," she countered, wincing as movement aggravated her fractured ribs. "This is all hands on deck. I can still fight." "You'll be a liability, not an asset," Izuku stated bluntly. "Strategic assessment, not emotional response. You know I'm right." The professional hero in her recognized the tactical truth, however unwelcome. "Fine," she conceded reluctantly. "But you're my eyes and ears out there. Full communication link, real-time updates." Agreed. Izuku moved toward the door before pausing. Something about the situation, the timing, the location, the immediacy of All for One's reappearance triggered tactical warning signals. This is happening too quickly. He wouldn't move against Star directly without full integration of his new capabilities. Unless that's not his actual objective, Mirko suggested, tactical mind engaging despite her physical condition. What if this is another diversion, a false target to draw resources away from his real goal? The assessment aligned with Izuku's growing suspicion. Star needs to be informed immediately. This could be a trap specifically designed for her. As he departed for the confrontation, Izuku maintained communication with both Mirko and the Hero Coordination Center, sharing his tactical concerns. The response was predictably mixed, some heroes advocating caution and reassessment, others insisting that direct response to the visible threat took priority, regardless of potential deception. Star and Stripe, when informed of the possibility of a trap, made her position clear. Trap or not, we can't ignore a direct villain incursion of this magnitude. But we'll adjust our approach accordingly. I'll maintain distance rather than direct engagement until we confirm All for One's actual presence. The Tokyo Bay area had been partially evacuated by the time Izuku arrived, hero teams establishing perimeter control while civilians moved inland. The villain presence was immediately apparent. Nomus of advanced design patrolling visibly, escaped prisoners from multiple facilities, coordinating with League members in systematic infrastructure control. Hawks provided aerial reconnaissance, his feathers extending his sensory range across the operational area. Villain concentration highest near the central shipping terminal, he reported. Energy signatures consistent with All for One detected, but something's different about the pattern. Twice duplicates? Izuku suggested, recalling the villain's perfect copying ability. Possibly. Can't confirm without closer inspection. Star and Stripe had positioned herself strategically, close enough to respond to threats, distant enough to avoid immediate ambush. Her American support team maintained protective formation around her, aerial and ground units coordinating defense patterns. "I'm approaching the central terminal," Izuku informed the command network, zero sign active as he navigated through villain patrols. "We'll confirm target identity before engagement." The shipping terminal had been transformed into a fortified position. Shipping containers arranged in defensive configurations, villain sentries positioned at strategic points, Nomus stationed as living weapons. At the center of the arrangement stood a figure unmistakably resembling All for One in Shigaraki's body, but something about the posture, the energy signature, triggered Izuku's suspicion. "Target located," he reported, but authentication uncertain. Energy pattern inconsistent with previous encounters. Before command could respond, multiple events occurred simultaneously. The All for One figure at the terminal suddenly multiplied, dozens of identical copies materializing in perfect formation. Simultaneously, alert signals erupted from across the city, reporting villain attacks at multiple hero agency headquarters. And most critically, a priority alert from UA itself. Security perimeter breach, unknown hostiles penetrating the campus. It's a diversion, Izuku realized aloud. The entire Bay operation is a distraction. His real target is elsewhere. Star's voice came through the communication network, her tactical assessment aligning with Izuku's. "Confirmed twice duplicates at the terminal. All for One is not present at this location, redirecting forces to secondary targets." As heroes adjusted deployment to address the multiple simultaneous attacks, Izuku made his decision based on priority assessment. UA housed not only the next generation of heroes, but also Eri, recently returned to the secure medical facility within its grounds. If All for One's objective involved either the girls' remaining quirk factor or using students as leverage, the Academy represented the highest value target. I'm proceeding to UA, he informed command, already moving at Hunterfest enhanced speed toward the campus. Request aerial transport intercept if available. Hawks responded immediately. Intercept coordinates transmitted. I'm dispatching a flight-capable hero to your position. ETA 2 minutes. Those 2 minutes stretched interminably as Izuku maintained maximum velocity toward the academy. Reports continued flooding the communication network. Coordinated villain attacks across the city, twice duplicates, creating confusion about true enemy positions, hero agencies struggling to distinguish priority threats from diversions. When aerial transport arrived, a hero with bird-like wings similar to Hawks but designed for carrying capacity rather than speed, Izuku was already calculating approach vectors to UA based on reported breach locations. Campus security reports multiple penetration points, the flight hero informed him as they approached. Main gate compromised, western perimeter breached, underground access tunnels showing unauthorized entry. Student evacuation protocols activated but incomplete. Target concentration? Izuku asked, preparing for immediate deployment. Highest activity near the medical wing. Recovery Girl reports attempted breach of secure treatment areas. Eri. The confirmation of All for One's likely objective solidified Izuku's tactical approach. As they passed over the academy grounds, he observed the situation below. Hero teachers engaging villain intruders, students in defensive formations protecting evacuation routes, security systems partially compromised but still functioning. Drop me directly at the medical wing, he instructed the flight hero. Then assist with perimeter containment. Descending toward the medical facility, Izuku identified the primary threat immediately. All for One himself, now fully manifested in Shigaraki's enhanced body, accompanied by high-value villains including a muscular enhancement user and what appeared to be a completely evolved Nomu. They had breached the medical wing's outer defenses and were systematically penetrating internal security. Izuku didn't bother with subtlety. Landing directly in their path, he extended Kurachus to combat length, Hunterfest still active from his accelerated approach. This ends now, he stated, positioning himself between the villains and the secure treatment area where Eri would be located. All for One turned, genuine pleasure evident in his expression. Midoriya? Right on schedule. Your predictability is almost endearing. You won't reach her, Izuku declared, advancing steadily. Whatever you're planning for Eri's quirk stops here. Eri? All for One seemed momentarily confused before understanding dawned. Ah, you believe the girl is my objective. An understandable misconception, but incorrect. I've already obtained what I needed from her. Before Izuku could process this statement, the muscular enhancement villain and Nomu launched simultaneous attacks, one from each flank, coordinated to divide his attention. Kurachus expanded in a defensive spiral, intercepting the Nomu's attack, while Izuku absorbed the kinetic impact from the enhancement villain with his immortal physiology. Physical hunt, he declared, making contact with the enhancement villain's exposed skin. Energy transferred between them, the villain's augmented strength flowing into Izuku while his own body adapted to channel the tremendous power. The Nomu proved more challenging, its evolved form incorporating multiple quirk factors simultaneously, each activating in response to Izuku's defensive maneuvers. Bone spears projected from its limbs, acid secreted from specialized glands, density manipulation allowing it to shift between nearly incorporeal and diamond-hard states. Hunterfest. Izuku expanded his absorption field, drawing power from both opponents simultaneously. The accumulated energy manifested visibly, his body glowing with crimson light as he channeled it into devastating counterattacks. All for One observed the confrontation with academic interest, making no move to either assist his subordinates or continue toward his objective. Magnificent, he commented as Izuku systematically dismantled the Nomu's defensive capabilities. Your combat efficiency has improved since our last encounter. The emotional investment in your friends has actually enhanced your tactical approach. The taunt contained a core of truth that Izuku couldn't entirely dismiss. His growing connections to Eri, to Mirko, to select others, had indeed sharpened rather than dulled his combat effectiveness. Where once he fought from detached professionalism, he now engaged with focused purpose, each action aligned with protection rather than mere victory. With the enhancement villain unconscious and the Nomu partially disabled, Izuku turned his full attention to All for One. If Eri isn't your objective, then what is? Insurance, All for One replied cryptically, or more accurately, the elimination of potential interference. Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. The hospital. Recovery girl. You're targeting the medical staff, anyone who could potentially counter your plans for New Order. All for One smiled, the expression unsettling on Shigaraki's features. Very good. Star and Stripe's quirk represents the ultimate prize, but certain medical capabilities could potentially disrupt the integration process. Better to eliminate such complications preemptively. The villain's casual discussion of murder, the planned elimination of healing heroes whose only crime was their ability to potentially help others, triggered something primal in Izuku. The calculated immortal who had survived centuries through detachment found himself experiencing genuine rage. Physical hunt, total release, he declared, channeling accumulated power into a single devastating assault. All for One responded with unexpected capability, activating multiple quirks simultaneously to counter the attack. The collision of powers created a shockwave that shattered the medical wing's remaining windows and cracked structural supports. Despite the tremendous energy discharge, All for One remained standing, though his expression had shifted from casual confidence to focused concentration. Impressive, he acknowledged, but ultimately futile. I've evolved beyond your absorption capabilities. To demonstrate this claim, he activated a new ability, one Izuku recognized immediately from its energy signature. Rewind, All for One declared, directing the stolen fragment of Eri's quirk with precise control. The effect targeted not Izuku directly, but Kurochaos, the weapon reverting to its inactive state despite Izuku's continued mental command. Simultaneously, All for One launched a multi-quirk assault, bone spears erupting from the ground while air pressure intensified to crushing levels around Izuku's position. Even immortality had limitations against such combined attacks. Izuku's body regenerated continuously, but the tactical disadvantage accumulated as All for One pressed his advantage. You see the difference now, the villain stated, advancing methodically. Your abilities remain static, powerful, but unchanged. I evolve constantly, incorporating new capabilities, adapting to each encounter. Despite the tactical truth in this assessment, Izuku identified a critical vulnerability in All for One's approach. The villain's confidence in his evolutionary advantage had created a predictable attack pattern, complex but ultimately recognizable to someone with centuries of combat experience. Allowing All for One to believe his advantage was expanding, Izuku deliberately took damage from several attacks while positioning himself strategically within the medical wing. The villain followed, maintaining pressure while apparently unaware of Izuku's actual objective. When they reached the central treatment area, a reinforced chamber designed for high-risk medical procedures, Izuku implemented his counter-strategy. Activating Zero Sign at maximum intensity, he temporarily vanished from All for One's perception, reappearing behind the villain with restored Kurochaos fully extended. You forgot something fundamental about immortality, Izuku stated as Kurochaos connected with All for One's spine. Experience accumulates. Physical Hunt activated at the point of contact, drawing not just energy, but tactical information from the connection. Izuku didn't attempt to steal All for One's quirks, an impossible task given their complexity and integration, but instead targeted the neural pathways governing their activation. All for One staggered, momentarily losing control of multiple quirk manifestations as the connection disrupted his precisely calibrated systems. Impossible, he gasped, attempting to break the contact. You can't interfere with quirk control mechanisms directly. Not quirk mechanisms, Izuku corrected, maintaining the connection despite All for One's increasingly desperate attempts to disengage. Neural pathways, the physical structures your consciousness uses to activate your abilities. Centuries of combat experience include extensive knowledge of neuroanatomy. The villain's expression shifted from confidence to genuine concern as he realized the implications. Izuku wasn't attempting to defeat him directly, merely disrupt his control systems long enough to prevent his objective. Outside the medical wing, hero reinforcements had arrived, including, most significantly, Star and Stripe herself, having recognized the diversion for what it was. Her voice came through the facility's communication system. All for one. You are surrounded by heroes, including myself. Surrender now or face immediate neutralization. The villain's expression transformed once more, concern replaced by calculating reassessment. With tremendous effort, he broke Izuku's physical hunt connection, activating a defensive combination of quirks that created momentary distance between them. It seems our confrontation must be postponed, he acknowledged, blood trickling from his nose where the neural disruption had caused physical symptoms. But this encounter has been informative. Before Izuku could re-engage, a warp gate materialized behind All for One, a new variation using technology rather than quirk energy, undetectable by standard hero monitoring systems. The villain backed toward it, maintaining defensive posture. Next time, Midoriya, he promised, I'll come prepared for your neural interference techniques, and next time, Star and Stripe won't escape so easily. As he disappeared through the gate, the remaining villains throughout the campus began strategic withdrawal, not in panic but in coordinated retreat, suggesting pre-planned extraction protocols. The simultaneous attacks across the city showed similar patterns, villains disengaging according to established contingencies rather than fighting to conclusion. Star entered the medical wing as Izuku was confirming the safety of the medical staff. Her expression combined professional assessment with genuine concern. Status? All for One escaped but failed to eliminate his targets, Izuku reported. The medical staff is secure, though the facility has sustained significant damage. Star nodded, processing this information within the larger tactical picture. Similar outcomes at other locations. Minimal villain casualties, strategic withdrawal rather than desperate escape. This was a reconnaissance operation disguised as an attack. He's gathering information, Izuku agreed, testing defenses, cataloging responses, identifying weaknesses. For what purpose? Final evolution, Izuku recalled All for One's earlier statement. He's preparing for something specific, likely involving your New Order quirk as the capstone to whatever transformation he's planning. Star's expression hardened with resolve. Then we need to ensure that opportunity never arises. The defensive approach clearly isn't working. He dictates the terms of each engagement, gathering intelligence while we merely respond. You're suggesting a proactive strategy? Hunting him directly? Precisely, Star confirmed. But it will require resources beyond what's currently deployed. I've already contacted my government. Additional international support is being arranged, including intelligence assets and specialized equipment. As they coordinated immediate security enhancements, Izuku maintained communication with Mirko, updating her on the situation while acknowledging her frustration at being sidelined during critical operations. Her tactical mind remained sharp despite her physical condition, identifying patterns in All for One's approach that others had missed. He's being too careful, she observed after reviewing the engagement data. Too precise in his withdrawals. All for One has historically been willing to sacrifice pawns when necessary. These coordinated extractions suggest he values these particular assets for some specific purpose. The assessment aligned with Izuku's own analysis. They're not just followers, they're components. Each villain has been selected for specific quirk factors that complement his evolving capabilities, which means we can potentially identify his next move by analyzing what's missing from his current arsenal, Mirko concluded. What capabilities would he still need to overcome New Order specifically? The question guided subsequent strategic planning as heroes consolidated information from multiple encounter sites. Patterns emerged from the collective data. All for One had assembled villains with specific quirk categories: sensory enhancement, neural interference, temporal manipulation, reality distortion. Combined with Ares' partially extracted rewind ability, they suggested a comprehensive approach to countering New Order's reality-altering capabilities. He's building a counter-system, Star assessed during the strategic briefing that followed. New Order allows me to rewrite physical laws within limited parameters. He's assembling abilities that collectively could neutralize or override those parameters. The question remains, when and where will he make his move? Hawks added, representing Japan's hero command structure. These preliminary attacks suggest preparation rather than immediate confrontation. Izuku, who had been analyzing timeline patterns in All for One's previous operations, offered his assessment. Historically, his major operations follow consistent timing: test phase, resource acquisition, consolidation, then decisive action. Today's coordinated attacks represent the final test phase. Based on previous patterns, the decisive action will come within 72 hours. The prediction established clear operational parameters. Heroes worldwide were mobilized toward Japan, creating an unprecedented international response. Civilian evacuation protocols were implemented for high-risk areas, while critical infrastructure received enhanced protection. Throughout these preparations, Izuku maintained his connection to Eri, ensuring her security while providing the stability her recovery required. The girl's resilience continued to impress medical staff, her psychological healing progressing despite the repeated trauma of targeting by villains. "Are you going to fight the bad man again?" she asked during one visit, her perceptiveness belying her young age. "Yes," Izuku answered honestly, having learned that transparency within appropriate boundaries best served her recovery. But this time we're better prepared. Eri considered this with solemn attention. "He took some of my power. Will that make him stronger than you?" The question carried layers of concern, not just for the tactical situation, but for Izuku's safety specifically. It represented another milestone in her healing, the capacity to worry about others rather than focusing solely on her own survival. "He believes it will," Izuku acknowledged. "But power isn't just about abilities, it's about how they're used and why." Eri nodded, apparently satisfied with this answer. "You'll win because you're fighting for people. He's just fighting for himself." The simple wisdom contained profound truth, one that even Izuku, with his centuries of experience, found himself appreciating anew. Purpose provided direction that power alone could not, context that gave meaning to capability. As the predicted confrontation approached, Izuku found himself reflecting on this evolution in his perspective. The immortal who had once viewed human connections as temporary distractions now recognized them as essential anchors, not weaknesses to be avoided, but strengths to be embraced. With Eri secure, preparations complete, and international forces assembled, attention turned to the final strategic question: how to transform All for One's inevitable assault from his offensive opportunity into their defensive advantage. The villain's pattern of dictating engagement terms needed to be disrupted if heroes hoped to achieve decisive victory, rather than merely temporary containment. The answer came from an unexpected source: Mirko, whose tactical mind had been analyzing All for One's psychological profile throughout her recovery period. "He's fixated on specific targets, Star and Stripe primarily, you secondarily," she told Izuku during their strategy session. "That fixation creates predictability we can exploit." How? By giving him exactly what he wants, under conditions we control. The resulting strategy was simultaneously simple and audacious. Create a scenario where All for One believed he had manufactured the perfect opportunity to capture New Order, while actually leading him into a carefully prepared trap. It would require perfect coordination, precise timing, and most critically, Star and Stripe's willingness to serve as apparent bait. When presented with the plan, Star's response was immediate and resolute. "I've already authorized my own elimination if All for One captures New Order. Serving as tactical bait is considerably less extreme." With all major heroes briefed and international forces positioned according to the strategic framework, the operation entered its final preparation phase. The trap was set, contingencies established, and response teams prepared for multiple scenarios. All that remained was for All for One to make his move, which, true to Izuku's prediction, came exactly 68 hours after the coordinated reconnaissance attacks. The confrontation began not with explosive violence, but with calculated precision. Sensors detected a concentrated villain presence establishing position near Tokyo Harbor, a location seemingly selected for its combination of civilian presence, limited evacuation routes, and proximity to critical infrastructure. Star and Stripe, apparently responding independently to the threat, positioned herself prominently at the harbor entrance, visible, accessible, the perfect target for All for One's anticipated assault. Her American support team maintained apparent defensive formation around her, while Japanese heroes established perimeter control at tactically appropriate distances. From his observation position, Izuku monitored the developing situation with Hunterfest pre-activated, ready for immediate deployment. Target approaching, Hawks reported through the secure communication channel. Energy signature confirmed as all for one, accompanied by specialized Nomu units and high-value villain assets. The villain's approach was deliberately theatrical, a show of force designed to project confidence and inevitability. All for one, now fully manifested in Shigaraki's enhanced body, walked openly toward Star's position, flanked by his most powerful associates. Star and Stripe, he called out, voice carrying across the harbor with unnatural clarity. America's symbol, the wielder of new order. I've come to relieve you of that burden. Star stepped forward, her posture confident despite the apparent danger. All for one. You've gone to considerable trouble for this confrontation. Necessary preparation, the villain replied amicably. Your quirk represents the final component in my evolution, the capstone to centuries of development. As they exchanged these preliminary statements, each assessing the other's position, energy, tactical readiness, Izuku confirmed that All for One had brought exactly the combination of villains and nomus that strategic analysis had predicted. The villain's preparation, while extensive, had made him predictable to those who understood his methodical approach. The trap was ready, all elements in position. Now came the critical phase, allowing All for One to believe his approach was succeeding while actually leading him into the prepared containment system. Star initiated the engagement precisely as planned. New order, she declared, touching herself. I cannot be affected by quirk-stealing abilities. The rule established, she launched her first offensive, a combination of strength enhancement and tactical positioning designed to appear aggressive while actually maintaining calculated distance. All for One responded with his anticipated counter-strategy, activating the stolen fragment of Ares Rewind to disrupt Star's new order parameters, while simultaneously deploying neural interference quirks from specialized nomus. The combination created temporary vulnerability in Star's defenses, exactly as tactical analysis had predicted. Now, Izuku confirmed through the communication network, activating full Hunterfest as he launched from his observation position. What All for One perceived as Star's defensive vulnerability was actually the trigger for coordinated hero response. As the villain closed distance, believing he had successfully countered New Order's self-protection, multiple interventions occurred simultaneously. Izuku, moving with Hunterfest enhanced speed, intercepted All for One's direct approach to Star. International heroes activated specialized containment technology designed specifically for quirk suppression. Japanese top-ranked professionals implemented synchronized attack patterns targeting the villain's support structure rather than All for One himself. Physical hunt neural disruption, Izuku declared upon making contact with All for One, implementing the specialized technique he had developed since their previous encounter. Rather than attempting to absorb the villain's power directly, he targeted the control mechanisms, the neural pathways All for One used to coordinate his multiple quirk factors. The villain's reaction confirmed the effectiveness of this approach. Momentary disorientation followed by fragmented quirk activation, abilities triggering without proper coordination or tactical application. What have you done? He demanded, attempting to stabilize his neural systems. Introduced chaos to your ordered system, Izuku explained, maintaining contact despite All for One's increasingly desperate attempts to disengage. Your strength comes from perfect integration of multiple quirk factors. Disrupt that integration, and the individual components become liabilities rather than assets. As All for One struggled to re-establish neural control, Star implemented the second phase of their strategy. New Order, she declared, touching the specialized containment device international forces had positioned. This equipment negates all quirk factors within 20 meters except those I specifically authorize. The effect was immediate and dramatic. All for One's multiple quirks, the accumulated power of centuries, suddenly deactivated, leaving him temporarily limited to Shigaraki's base physical capabilities. The villain's expression transformed from confidence to genuine alarm as he recognized the trap he had willingly entered. Impossible, he gasped, attempting to activate emergency extraction protocols only to find them similarly neutralized. This technology doesn't exist. It didn't, Star confirmed, until we created it specifically for you, based on analysis of your previous operations and quirk manifestations. The coordinated hero assault proceeded with methodical precision, containment rather than elimination the primary objective. All for One's villain support structure found themselves similarly neutralized at their carefully selected quirks rendered temporarily inactive by the specialized technology. For a moment, it appeared the operation had succeeded beyond tactical projections. All for One contained, his support structure neutralized, the threat temporarily suspended, but centuries of existence had taught the ancient villain contingency planning beyond conventional parameters. Rewind. Ultimate release. All for One declared, activating not the stolen fragment of Ares' quirk, but something more fundamental, a failsafe integrated directly into his cellular structure. The effect resembled Ares' power, but operated on different principles, reverting All for One's physical state not to a previous condition but to a baseline configuration with specific enhancements intact. The neural disruption Izuku had implemented suddenly vanished as the villain's entire nervous system reset to pre-confrontation parameters. Simultaneously, the containment technology Star had enhanced with New Order began destabilizing, molecular structures reverting to component elements as All for One's ultimate release expanded beyond his physical form to affect the surrounding environment. You believe technology could contain what transcends human understanding. All for One stated, power visibly returning as his quirk factors reactivated. This form, this integration, represents evolution beyond your comprehension. The tactical situation deteriorated rapidly. Containment technology failing, villain support structure recovering, All for One regaining full access to his arsenal, the carefully prepared trap transforming into a volatile confrontation with civilian infrastructure at risk. Star recognized the shifting dynamics immediately. New Order, she declared, touching herself once more. I can fly at supersonic speed. With this enhancement active, she grabbed All for One directly, launching upward with explosive acceleration. The maneuver was both tactically sound and self-sacrificing, removing the primary threat from civilian proximity while knowingly placing herself at tremendous risk. All for One, momentarily surprised by the direct physical engagement, found himself carried rapidly upward, away from his support structure and prepared extraction routes. What are you doing? He demanded as they approached cloud level, his quirks beginning to reactivate but hampered by the rapid acceleration and changing atmospheric conditions. Changing the battlefield, Star replied grimly. Away from innocence. Izuku, monitoring the situation from ground level while coordinating containment of remaining villains, recognized Star's strategy immediately. She's creating distance for full power confrontation, he informed the command network, preparing to engage New Order at maximum capacity without civilian risk. The tactical assessment was accurate but incomplete. Star wasn't merely relocating the battlefield. She was implementing the contingency protocol she had previously authorized. If All for One couldn't be contained, she would ensure New Order remained beyond his reach permanently, regardless of personal cost. Altitude indicators showed Star continuing to ascend, approaching stratospheric levels where oxygen thinned and temperature dropped dramatically. All for One, having regained partial quirk functionality, began counterattacking, combination abilities designed to break her grip and halt their ascent. New Order. Star declared through the specialized communication system international forces had provided. My body can withstand any environmental condition. The rule established, she continued accelerating upward into atmospheric conditions that would normally prove fatal to human physiology. All for One, despite his tremendous power, found himself at temporary disadvantage. His quirk arsenal optimized for terrestrial combat rather than high-altitude confrontation. The rapidly changing conditions disrupted his reintegration process, forcing him to prioritize environmental adaptation over offensive capability. From the ground, specialized monitoring equipment tracked their ascent, now well beyond visual range, identifiable only through energy signatures and transponder data. Star's communication remained active, her voice steady despite the extraordinary situation. Approaching deployment altitude, containment protocols ineffective, proceeding with contingency Omega. The code phrase triggered immediate response from international forces, activation of specialized equipment designed not for villain containment but for quirk neutralization on an unprecedented scale. It represented technology developed specifically for worst-case scenarios where a quirk itself posed existential threat regardless of its wielder. Izuku, recognizing the implications, made his decision instantly. "I need immediate aerial deployment," he informed command. Hunterfest active, acceleration protocols authorized. Hawks, coordinating aerial operations, responded with professional efficiency. Transport inbound, 30 seconds to your position. Those 30 seconds stretched interminably as monitoring equipment showed Star and All for One locked in stratospheric combat, energy signatures fluctuating wildly as New Order confronted All for One's reintegrating arsenal. At such altitude, conventional combat parameters no longer applied, the battle occurring in near-vacuum conditions, where physical laws operated differently. When aerial transport arrived, a specialized unit designed for rapid deployment, Izuku was already calculating intercept vectors based on current ascent rates and energy patterns. Maximum velocity, he instructed the pilot. Oxygen unnecessary. The aircraft launched vertically with military precision, accelerating beyond conventional parameters toward the extraordinary confrontation above. Through specialized equipment, Izuku maintained connection to the monitoring network, tracking the evolving situation as they ascended. Star's communication remained active, though increasingly fragmented by atmospheric interference. New Order deployment initiated, atmospheric dispersion patterns calculated, neutralization perimeter established. The technical terminology masked a devastating reality. Star was preparing to sacrifice herself to ensure All for One couldn't capture New Order. The contingency protocol involved using her quirk to fundamentally alter her own cellular structure upon death, releasing energy that would neutralize all quirk factors within a defined radius, including her own power, preventing its capture even if All for One succeeded in killing her. All for One, apparently recognizing this strategy, increased his offensive pressure, multiple quirks activating simultaneously in desperate attempt to complete his extraction before Star could implement the final phase of her contingency. Their energy signatures showed increasingly volatile interaction, New Order and All for One's arsenal creating feedback patterns visible even to ground monitoring systems. As Izuku's transport approached intercept altitude, the situation reached critical threshold. Star's communication came through one final time, clear, resolved, accepting of the necessary sacrifice. New Order. Upon my death, my quirk will destroy itself. The rule established, she initiated what appeared to be a suicide attack, directing all her remaining power into a direct confrontation with All for One, creating conditions where mutual destruction became inevitable. The villain, recognizing the trap too late, attempted desperate extraction, activating emergency warp capabilities despite the atmospheric challenges. Izuku's transport reached intercept position just as the confrontation peaked, energy signatures flaring beyond monitoring capabilities, atmospheric disruption visible even from ground level as stratospheric conditions destabilized around the combatants. Deploying now, he informed command, Hunter Fest at maximum capacity as he launched from the aircraft directly toward the confrontation. What he encountered defied conventional combat parameters. Star and All for One locked in what appeared to be temporal stasis, New Order and All for One's rewind, creating a paradoxical equilibrium where neither could fully manifest their ultimate capabilities. The atmospheric conditions surrounding them had been fundamentally altered, neither vacuum nor normal air, but something between states maintained by their clashing powers. Midoriya. Star acknowledged his arrival, her voice strained by the tremendous energy expenditure. The contingency is active. You need to withdraw. Negative, Izuku countered, assessing the situation with immortal clarity. There's an alternative approach. All for One, partially immobilized by the paradoxical energy state, nevertheless registered Izuku's arrival with characteristic awareness. The immortal hero, he observed, voice distorted by the unusual atmospheric conditions. Come to witness the final evolution? Come to end it, Izuku corrected, activating a technique he had developed specifically for this confrontation. Physical hunt cascading transfer. Unlike standard physical hunt that created direct energy transfer between Izuku and a single target, cascading transfer established a triangular connection, linking Izuku's star and All for One in a synchronized energy circuit. The technique didn't attempt to absorb either New Order or All for One's arsenal directly, but instead created controlled flow between all three participants. "What are you doing?" Star demanded, feeling her energy redirecting through the established connection. "Breaking the paradox," Izuku explained, maintaining the triangular link despite the tremendous strain. "Your energies are locked in mutual negation. I'm introducing a third vector that disrupts the equilibrium." All for One recognized the strategy with characteristic insight. "Clever," he acknowledged, attempting to break the connection. "Using your immortality as a grounding mechanism for our opposing forces, but the energies involved will tear even your eternal body apart." "Temporarily," Izuku confirmed, the strain already manifesting in visible cellular disruption across his form. Immortality has its advantages. The cascading transfer intensified as Izuku channeled more of his own energy into the circuit, deliberately destabilizing the paradoxical equilibrium All for One and Star had established. Their powers, previously locked in mutual negation, began flowing according to the pattern Izuku had created. New Order's energy reinforcing Star, while All for One's accumulated arsenal temporarily flowed through Izuku's immortal form. The pain was beyond conventional description. Every cell in Izuku's body simultaneously dying and regenerating as incompatible energies surged through his system. But the strategic outcome justified the temporary agony. The disrupted equilibrium created momentary advantage for Star, allowing her to implement a modified version of her contingency protocol. "New Order," she declared, touching All for One directly. "This body cannot maintain multiple quirk factors simultaneously. The rule established, reality itself enforced its implementation. All for One's carefully integrated arsenal, the accumulated power of centuries, began destabilizing individual quirk factors, rejecting their forced cohabitation within Shigaraki's enhanced form." The villain's expression transformed from confidence to genuine horror as he felt his evolution unraveling. "Impossible!" he roared, attempting to counter the New Order rule with his own remaining abilities. "This integration is perfect. Evolutionary, beyond your comprehension." "No," Star countered, maintaining contact despite All for One's increasingly desperate resistance. "It's just another attempt to steal what isn't yours." As the villain's integrated system collapsed, individual quirk factors began dispersing, some dissipating entirely, others attempting to maintain connection to their host, but functioning independently rather than as coordinated arsenal. The carefully constructed evolution All for One had engineered was systematically deconstructing under New Order's fundamental authority. Izuku, still maintaining the cascading transfer despite cellular-level agony, directed the energy flow to maximize this disruption, channeling power away from All for One's core consciousness and toward his peripheral quirk manifestations, accelerating the disintegration of his integrated system. The villain recognized his impending defeat with the clarity of centuries. "If I fall," he declared, focusing his remaining power into one final desperate attack, "you fall with me." Activating what remained of Ares' extracted rewind, combined with a self-destruction quirk previously concealed within his arsenal, All for One created a catastrophic energy release, a final attempt to destroy both heroes and capture at least fragments of New Order in the resulting chaos. Star reacted instantly, using New Order to create protective shielding around herself and Izuku. New Order, the atmosphere within 50 meters becomes impervious to energy dispersion. The rule established, a contained sphere formed around them, trapping All for One's catastrophic release within limited space rather than allowing atmospheric dispersal. The villain's expression showed momentary surprise, followed by grim acceptance as his final attack rebounded within the contained environment, focusing primarily on its originator. What followed defied conventional description. Reality itself seemed to warp within the contained sphere as All for One's integrated form destabilized completely. The villain's consciousness, the ancient entity that had survived centuries through body transfer and quirk accumulation, fought desperately to maintain coherence as its physical vessel disintegrated under the combined assault of its own reflected power and New Order's fundamental restructuring. This isn't the end. All for One's voice came through the chaos, increasingly fragmented as his physical form lost cohesion. Consciousness transcends physical limitation. Izuku, maintaining the cascading transfer, despite his body repeatedly dying and regenerating under the tremendous energy flow, recognized the final threat implicit in these statements. All for One wasn't merely fighting physical destruction. He was attempting to preserve his consciousness independent of physical form, perhaps seeking new vessel even in final defeat. Physical hunt, consciousness tether, Izuku declared, implementing a technique he had theorized but never before attempted. Instead of targeting physical energy or quirk manifestation, he extended his absorption field to encompass the non-physical components of All for One's existence, the consciousness itself that had survived centuries of physical transitions. The attempt surpassed even immortal limitations, Izuku's body disintegrating completely before regenerating, the cycle repeating with increasing intensity as he maintained connection to All for One's dissolving consciousness. Through the agony, he directed the absorption not toward integration but toward neutralization, using his immortal nature as final containment for the villain's transcendent aspects. Star, recognizing the self-sacrificial nature of this approach, implemented supporting strategy. New order, she declared, touching the atmospheric shield she had created. This contained space prevents consciousness transfer beyond its boundaries. The rule established, All for One's final escape route closed completely. His consciousness, prevented from seeking external vessel, found itself trapped between Izuku's absorptive tether and Star's restrictive boundary. Nowhere to transfer, nowhere to hide, nowhere to preserve the ancient entity that had survived so many previous defeats. This cannot be. All for One's final communication came as fragmented concept rather than coherent speech, the villain's integrated form completely destabilized, his consciousness trapped in terminal dissolution. The culmination created energy release beyond conventional measurement, All for One's accumulated power dispersing simultaneously as his consciousness lost cohesion. Within the contained sphere Star had created, reality itself seemed momentarily suspended, fundamental laws temporarily rewritten by the tremendous forces involved. When stability returned, seconds or eternities later, measurement impossible within the distorted conditions, only Izuku and Star remained within the atmospheric shield. All for One, his physical form, his quirk arsenal, his transcendent consciousness had been completely neutralized, leaving nothing but dispersing energy where the ancient villain had stood moments before. Star released the atmospheric containment gradually, allowing the tremendous energy to dissipate safely rather than creating catastrophic release. Both heroes showed evidence of the extraordinary confrontation. Star's costume partially disintegrated, her physical form showing strain beyond normal human tolerance. Izuku repeatedly cycling through death and regeneration as his immortal body processed the tremendous energies it had channeled. It's done. Star confirmed after specialized equipment verified no remaining traces of All for One's signature. Complete neutralization, no physical components, no energy patterns, no consciousness remnants. Izuku, whose regeneration had finally stabilized into normal immortal functions, surveyed the stratospheric battlefield with newfound perspective. Centuries of existence ended in moments. Not by power alone, Star noted, professional assessment combining with philosophical understanding. By purpose, by choice, by cooperation rather than domination. As they began controlled descent toward ground level, Izuku reflected on the significance of these observations. All for One had pursued power as end rather than means, accumulating abilities without purpose beyond personal evolution, treating others as resources rather than individuals, seeking domination rather than connection. In the end, that fundamental philosophy had proven his greatest vulnerability. Isolated by his own choices, dependent entirely on stolen power rather than genuine relationship, he had faced opponents united by common purpose rather than merely common enemy. The defeat of All for One represented more than tactical victory. It signified evolutionary fork between competing philosophies. Power through domination versus strength through connection. Accumulated ability versus coordinated purpose. Isolation versus community. Heroes worldwide received the confirmation with appropriate gravity. Recognition that a threat centuries in development had been permanently neutralized, creating opportunity for genuine societal progress rather than mere villain containment. International forces began systematic cleanup of All for One's remaining infrastructure, while Japanese heroes coordinated capture of surviving League members and associated villains. For Izuku, however, the aftermath held more personal significance. Upon returning to ground level and completing required debriefing, his first priority wasn't professional acknowledgement or tactical assessment. It was Mirko, whose recovery had progressed sufficiently for supervised discharge from medical facilities. He found her waiting at the Hero Coordination Center, injured but standing through sheer determination, having refused wheelchair accommodation despite medical recommendation. Her expression upon seeing him, physically intact despite stratospheric confrontation with history's most dangerous villain, combined professional assessment with poorly concealed emotional relief. "You look terrible," she observed, typical directness masking deeper concern. "Cellular regeneration after complete disintegration takes time." Izuku replied with equal casualness, the exchange representing their established communication pattern, emotional content conveyed through practical observation rather than explicit statement. Mirko's expression softened marginally. "All for one?" Completely neutralized. Physical form, quirk arsenal, consciousness, all eliminated. She nodded, professional satisfaction evident before additional questions formed. "How? The contingency protocol involved Star's sacrifice, but she's debriefing with International Command right now." Izuku provided concise tactical summary of the stratospheric confrontation, the paradoxical equilibrium, cascading transfer technique, New Order's fundamental restructuring, and final consciousness containment. Throughout the explanation, Mirko's expression shifted from professional assessment to something more personal, recognition of the extraordinary risk Izuku had willingly accepted. "You disintegrated repeatedly," she summarized, focusing on this detail specifically, voluntarily, to ensure complete neutralization. "Temporary inconvenience," Izuku characterized it with characteristic understatement. "Immortality has its advantages." "That's not." Mirko began before stopping herself, clearly reconsidering her approach. After momentary internal debate, she continued with uncharacteristic directness. "You could have died permanently. If his consciousness had successfully transferred to you during that connection, you might have been lost even if your body survived." The observation was tactically accurate. The risk Izuku had accepted wasn't merely physical disintegration, but potential consciousness override, a threat even immortality might not have protected against. It represented vulnerability he would previously have considered unacceptable, risk beyond rational calculation. "Worth it," he stated simply. The two words hung between them, carrying significance beyond their basic meaning. For centuries, Izuku had calculated risk purely through tactical lens, accepting only those dangers with favorable probability outcomes, maintaining immortal detachment from emotional investment. "Worth it" represented fundamental evolutionary shift, acknowledgement that some connections justified risk beyond rational assessment. Mirko recognized this shift immediately, her expression softening into something rarely witnessed even by those who knew her well. "Well," she finally said, maintaining conversational tone despite the emotional undercurrent, "I suppose I should be grateful. Would have been annoying to track down a new training partner." The deliberate understatement, matching his own communication style, represented perfect symmetry between them. Neither required explicit declaration to understand the emotional reality beneath practical exchange. As hero operations continued around them, coordination of villain containment, structural repairs, civilian notification, international debriefing, Izuku and Mirko maintained their position together, physical proximity communicating what words had not yet formally articulated. The defeat of All for One represented culmination of immediate threat, but both recognized that societal stabilization would require ongoing vigilance. Villain activity wouldn't disappear with a single victory, regardless of its historical significance. The hero profession would continue, with new challenges inevitably emerging to replace those overcome. For Izuku specifically, this reality presented unexpected opportunity. The immortal who had joined UA primarily to alleviate boredom now found himself genuinely invested in societal stability. not merely as abstract concept, but as framework within which meaningful connections could flourish. These reflections were interrupted by notification of Eri's arrival at the coordination center, the girl having insisted on seeing Izuku immediately upon confirmation of All for One's defeat. Her small figure appeared at the entrance, escorted by Recovery Girl and security personnel, eyes scanning the crowded space until they located Izuku and Mirko. Her reaction upon seeing them, relief, joy, immediate movement in their direction despite surrounding chaos, represented another measure of her ongoing recovery. The traumatized child Izuku had rescued from overhaul had gradually transformed into someone capable of genuine emotional connection, of caring about others beyond mere survival dependency. "You're okay," she exclaimed upon reaching them, small arms wrapping around Izuku's waist with surprising strength. "They said you were fighting the bad man in the sky." "We were," Izuku confirmed, crouching to her level as he habitually did during their interactions. "But he's gone now. Permanently." Eri's expression showed unusual seriousness as she processed this information. "He can't take anyone's power anymore? Or hurt people? Never again," Izuku assured her, the certainty in his voice based not on hope, but on direct confirmation of All for One's complete neutralization. The girl nodded, apparently satisfied with this assessment. Then, with the directness only children could manage, she asked, "Does this mean you don't have to fight anymore? You can stay with us?" The question carried layers beyond its surface meaning. Recognition of Izuku's professional responsibility balanced against personal connection. Understanding that hero work involved ongoing commitment rather than single victory, hope for stability amidst acknowledged uncertainty. "Fighting will always be necessary sometimes," Izuku answered honestly. "But yes, I'll stay." "We'll stay," he amended, glancing toward Mirko, who nodded confirmation despite her typically stoic expression. The response satisfied Eri, who maintained physical contact with both heroes as activity continued around them. The simple tableau, injured hero, immortal protector, recovering child, represented microcosm of the broader societal healing that would follow All for One's defeat. Individual connection creating resilience that mere power could never achieve. As international debriefings concluded and hero operations transitioned from emergency response to structured recovery, Star sought out Izuku specifically. America's #1 hero, despite showing evidence of the extraordinary confrontation in atmospheric damage to her costume and physical fatigue, maintained professional composure as she approached. "The official reports will acknowledge joint neutralization," she informed him. "Equal credit for unprecedented threat elimination with corresponding recognition from global hero organizations." Izuku nodded acknowledgement without particular investment in professional accolades. Accurate assessment. Neither approach would have succeeded independently. Star studied him with newfound understanding. "You know, when I requested you specifically for this operation, it was based purely on tactical assessment, your immortality and absorption abilities representing optimal counter to All for One's quirk arsenal." "And now?" Izuku prompted, recognizing the implicit comparison between initial and current evaluation. "Now I understand it wasn't just your abilities that made you essential. It was your perspective, centuries of existence providing context beyond conventional tactical parameters." She glanced toward Mirko and Eri, still positioned beside Izuku despite the formal nature of this exchange. "Though I admit, I didn't anticipate how much your connections to others would influence your approach." The observation aligned with Izuku's own reflections on his evolutionary development. "Neither did I," he acknowledged with uncharacteristic openness. "Adaptation occurs in unexpected directions." Star smiled slightly, the expression combining professional respect with personal understanding. "My government will be extending formal invitation for international hero collaboration. Your perspective would be particularly valuable in establishing new security protocols following All for One's neutralization." "I'll consider it," Izuku responded, diplomatic phrasing masking his immediate inclination toward declining such formalized involvement. His centuries of existence had taught wariness of governmental entanglement, regardless of apparent benevolent intention. Star recognized the polite deflection but didn't press further. "The offer remains open. In the meantime, Japan will require significant reconstruction, both physical infrastructure and hero society itself. Your role in that process could be substantial if you choose to engage. As she departed to continue international coordination, Mirko commented quietly, "She's not wrong. The hero system will need restructuring after this. All for One's defeat creates opportunity for fundamental revision rather than mere recovery." The assessment aligned with Izuku's own analysis. Throughout his extended existence, he had witnessed numerous societal transitions, periods where established systems collapsed or fundamentally transformed, creating brief windows for evolutionary development before new equilibrium established. All for One's defeat, combined with previous disruptions to hero society, had created precisely such opportunity. Something to consider, he acknowledged, though his attention remained primarily with Eri and Mirko rather than abstract societal restructuring. Professional responsibility would eventually demand engagement with broader recovery efforts, but immediate priority involved personal connection rather than systemic involvement. As hero operations transitioned towards sustainable recovery patterns, Izuku, Mirko, and Eri departed the coordination center together. The injured hero accepting assistance she would have previously rejected, the traumatized child demonstrating resilience beyond her years, the immortal embracing connection he had once considered temporary distraction. Their destination wasn't officially designated hero facility or government-secured location, but rather Mirko's apartment, personal space representing stability amidst professional chaos. The choice reflected evolved priorities, acknowledgement that recovery involved not merely tactical redeployment, but genuine rest within trusted environment. What happens now? Eri asked as they settled into this shared space, the question addressing both immediate logistics and broader future. Mirko, despite her injuries requiring careful movement, responded with characteristic directness. Now we rest, recover, then continue what we started. Being heroes? Eri clarified, her concept of heroism having evolved significantly since her rescue from Overhaul. Being whatever we choose, Izuku amended, the statement representing philosophical evolution beyond his previous deterministic perspective. Centuries of existence had taught him that most human choices were ultimately insignificant against cosmic timescale. Yet recent experiences had demonstrated that significance derived not from objective measurement, but from subjective meaning. As night fell over a city beginning its recovery from extraordinary threat, the unlikely family unit established temporary equilibrium. Injured hero resting while maintaining vigilant awareness, immortal protector present without restless movement, recovering child secure within environment defined by connection rather than control. For Izuku specifically, this moment represented unprecedented development, not merely tactical pause between operations, but genuine engagement with present experience. The immortal who had survived countless lifetimes through detached observation now found himself fully present, invested in specific connections rather than abstract continuation. "You're thinking too much," Mirko observed, her perceptiveness undiminished by physical injury. "I can practically hear the centuries spinning in your head." Izuku acknowledged the accuracy of this assessment with slight smile. Habit of immortality, placing events in historical context. "And where does today fit?" she asked, the question addressing not merely All for One's defeat, but their evolving personal dynamic. "Unprecedented," Izuku answered honestly, "both tactically and personally." The acknowledgement hung between them, neither requiring elaborate declaration to recognize its significance. Their relationship had evolved organically through shared experience rather than formal definition, creating connection that transcended conventional parameters without requiring explicit categorization. As Eri eventually succumbed to exhaustion, secure sleep representing significant recovery milestone, Izuku and Mirko maintained quiet conversation, discussing not merely professional implications of recent events, but personal significance as well. "You could have died," Mirko stated again, returning to the detail that had clearly affected her most significantly. "Not just temporarily, if his consciousness had transferred during that connection." "But it didn't," Izuku countered gently, "and the risk was calculated." "Was it? Really?" Her skepticism carried genuine concern rather than professional criticism. Or did you accept potentially permanent death because something has changed in how you value your immortality? The question struck with unexpected precision, identifying subtle shift even Izuku hadn't fully articulated to himself. Throughout centuries of existence, he had preserved his immortality as paramount value, accepting tactical risk only with certainty of eventual regeneration, maintaining careful distance from connections that might compromise objective judgment. Perhaps, he acknowledged after thoughtful consideration, immortality without purpose becomes mere existence. Recent experiences have provided context I had forgotten. Purpose through connection, Mirko summarized, her tactical mind identifying core principle despite typical aversion to philosophical abstraction. People worth protecting, relationships worth maintaining, future worth building. The assessment aligned perfectly with Izuku's evolved perspective. Precisely. Mirko studied him with uncharacteristic openness. And us? Where do we fit in this immortal awakening? The direct question represented significant departure from their established communication pattern, emotional content typically conveyed through practical interaction rather than explicit inquiry. Its appearance now signified Mirko's recognition that fundamental parameters had shifted, requiring corresponding adjustment in their exchange. Central, Izuku answered with matching directness. You, Eri. The connection we've established. It provides context for continuing. The response, while characteristically concise, represented extraordinary revelation from someone who had maintained emotional distance throughout centuries of existence. Immortality had taught Izuku that all connections eventually ended through death or divergence. Yet, recent experience had demonstrated that impermanence didn't negate value, that meaning derived from quality rather than duration. Mirko's expression softened into genuine smile, rare display typically reserved for private moments rather than interpersonal exchange. About time you figured that out. I was getting tired of waiting for an immortal to recognize the obvious. The gentle teasing masked profound understanding, recognition that Izuku's evolution represented not merely tactical adjustment but fundamental reorientation. The immortal who had once viewed human connections as temporary distractions had gradually transformed into someone who recognized relationship as essential rather than incidental. As night deepened around them, conversation transitioned from philosophical assessment to practical planning, recovery timelines, security arrangements, professional responsibilities balanced against personal priorities. Throughout this exchange, the underlying reality remained unspoken but mutually acknowledged. They had become family unit through circumstance and choice rather than conventional definition. Eri, whose traumatic experiences had created hypervigilance even during sleep, stirred briefly, automatic response to subconscious threat assessment. Finding herself still secured between Izuku and Mirko, she relaxed immediately, returning to genuine rest rather than mere unconsciousness. The simple moment, child trusting protectors completely, injured hero maintaining vigilance despite personal discomfort, immortal present without restless anticipation, represented microcosm of the broader recovery developing throughout society. Individual healing creating foundation for collective restoration, personal connection establishing framework for societal reconstruction. As dawn approached, bringing new day to a world fundamentally altered by All for One's defeat, Izuku found himself experiencing unfamiliar emotion. Not merely satisfaction at tactical victory or relief at threat elimination, but genuine contentment within present moment. The immortal who had survived countless lifetimes through detached observation now found himself fully engaged with specific existence, invested in particular connections rather than abstract continuation. It wasn't weakness, as he had once feared emotional attachment might become. It was evolution. Adaptation to changing circumstances, development of perspective that provided meaning beyond mere survival. And perhaps after centuries of existence, meaning was what he had been missing all along. The future would bring new challenges, inevitable threats, ongoing responsibilities. Hero work never truly concluded while society required protection. But those challenges would be faced not from immortal isolation, but from connection that provided context beyond tactical calculation. Izuku, Mirko, and Eri would continue forward together, creating family through choice rather than convention, establishing stability through relationship rather than mere power, For an immortal who had witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall, this simple reality represented the most profound evolution of all. The recognition that significance derived not from duration, but from meaning, not from power, but from purpose, not from isolation, but from connection. After centuries of mere existence, Izuku had finally discovered what made immortality worth experiencing. Something to protect, someone to care for, somewhere to belong, not despite his immortal nature, but because of it, the eternal perspective providing depth to present experience rather than detachment from momentary connection. It wasn't the end of his journey, merely transformation of its direction. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Izuku found himself genuinely anticipating what came next. Not from immortal boredom seeking distraction, but from evolved purpose embracing continuation. The sun rose over a world beginning its recovery, bringing light to heroes who had confronted darkness directly and emerged transformed rather than merely victorious. Whatever challenges awaited, they would face them together: immortal protector, professional hero, recovering child, family created through circumstance and preserved through choice. And in that simple reality, Izuku found peace he had forgotten was possible.
Huge respect to the legends who power this journey, the real MVPs making everything possible. Let's give it up for the Patreon squad. For our pro hero tier, holding it down on the front lines, we've got Javon McQuire. For our symbol of peace tier, the unstoppable force, rolling deep, Drift SK8er, Akeno Himejima, Cory Tokars, Yan, X0 Hope 3656, Devin Black, Rowdy Rich, Bionatarius V, King of the Pirates, Crow, Daniel Sharp, Roberto Ramos Di Cristina, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Aiden Schmidt, Mason Edwards, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Fable, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Omar Kuzin, Zeph, Assassin 24, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert, Carlos Terry, Rafael Terran, Kevin Hall. And finally, for our Hope of the Universe tier, the champion standing tall at the very top: James, Quanyan Thompson, Big Fro Pro, Huan, I'm Calver, Colsey. Massive love to every single one of you. You are the reason this community keeps leveling up.
That was way too easy. And that's how our immortal hero dominated once again. If you enjoyed this epic story, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Don't underestimate me. Drop a comment with your favorite moment and smash that like button for more ban-powered Izuku content. See you later. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.